Hello? Did that work? Okay. Um, that wasn't the problem that I expected it to be. None of the cables were pulled, and none of the buttons were switched off. OBS just unselected. I assume this has to do with the Windows update, but it unselected the Focusrite as my mic. I assume it's a Windows update thing. Excuse me. It was almost definitely Pigeon or Pigeon. How y'all doing? Oh, excuse me. Sorry. I'm a bit off the road today. If I come off a little bit distracted, I apologize for that. TJ talking to Demon Mama right now. Oh, nice. I hope they're having a good time. Uh, I actually have a lot to talk about. So, okay, before I get into it, I just want to say that I recently picked up Monster Hunter Rise, and I think one of the devastating and often underdiscussed consequences of nuclear fallout has to be an inability to design good tutorials. I feel like this does not get enough attention, and I think it needs to be taken seriously. Holy shit. I have no idea who does the like it's like, here, explore this big open field, and every 4 steps you take, you get the game pauses to tell you to walk in a straight line to a guy who will then tell you something, and then a pause menu will open and you'll have to read text saying over the thing the guy just told you, and that happens like 50 times. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know how you can still be doing that like 18 games into the series. Are you having fun though? I'm having fun. I'm having fun. I'm having fun. But it's a problem, okay? Looks like the Hill Rising sided with the Republicans and the FBI. Of course they did. Rising is a fascist news show. News. You know. So Reuters put this out just a little bit ago. Apparently the feds were looking for documents on nuclear weapons when they raided Mar-a-Lago. I really hope they got what they were looking for, because this is a very this is a very extreme, like, if this turns out to be the case, yeah, that's quite a national security threat. Jesus. It wouldn't be the first time that Trump leaked military secrets, you know? Like the time he leaked the existence of one of our spy satellites by tweeting out a top secret photo that he was given during a briefing. Do you guys remember that? It was back in 2017. We took a satellite photo of a failed rocket launch or whatever in Iran. And like, they were like, all right, this is top secret. And Trump was like, can I see it? And they were like, okay, but please don't show anyone. And he was like, okay. And then he tweeted it. Incredible. And it leaked our spy satellite because everyone, all of our, enemies were like, how the fuck did they get this resolution from that distance? Like, um yeah. Yeah, our spy satellites take better photos than like any other spy satellites. Because we're America, yeah. But holy shit, man. If there's something relating to our like nuclear capabilities, like where we keep them, or just anything. I mean, anything. That's like the most national security, you know? Like leaking satellite tech is a little funny. I mean, it's very funny, but like in terms of consequences, it's a little funny. Leaking like nuclear intel to private entities or our enemies, if that is what happened, is like insane. I mean, it's also very funny, but it's also very, very bad. I suspect he wanted to sell the tech and locations of defense to rivals. I'm pretty sure trying something like that activates the old anti-high treason laws that we haven't employed since like the 19 like or fucking 1800s or something. Like, I'm pretty sure that if you get caught selling nuclear secrets to our enemies, like literally kill you by firing squad. They they have the Washington guillotine that they haven't brought out since the fucking Revolutionary War. Jesus. I mean, we'll see. That's only the FBI was looking for it, not that they found it. They just push you off the Washington Monument. That'll get you. Washington Monument is real big. Woo! I know this was... I know a lot of you have probably heard this bit because it was in an Incognito episode, but people really do not appreciate how fucking colossal the Washington Monument is. It is so big, you know? People just know it's a stone tower, but, like, you can see the people down there. The flagpoles are, like, I think, like, 25 or 30 feet tall, so those little things down there, and then you have the Washington Monument going up there, you know? Yeah, it's pretty big. It's a pretty big building. What the fuck is Incognito? Incognito mode, the second channel for Internet Historian. Second channel of that Nazi guy? I don't know if Internet Historian's a Nazi. He's probably a conservative. He does make phenomenal videos, you know. Looks like they stole it from Egypt. Well, it is an obelisk. Why the fuck do you guys build a huge rock dick? Well, to honor Washington, of course. Yeah, Dylan has a white leaf site now. Super good. Yeah, I know. I guess the thing for me with Internet Historian is that, like, if you look at some of his videos from 2016, they read out like they came from a poll thread. But nowadays, I don't know how much of it is like meme posting and how much of it is real, but there's one thing that I know for sure, and it's that Internet Historian does not treat his channel as a way of subtly influencing people politically, you know? Like, he doesn't make a video thinking, like, I'm gonna make this funny video, and I'm going to try to use it to pull people over to the right. Because if he did that, he could do that way more effectively than he does now, and he's smart enough to get away with it really easily. He just did a video with JonTron? Yeah, I saw it, and that video wasn't like some alt-right recruiting pool, you know? My main concern isn't how far-right a person is. My main concern is, like, how are they using their popularity, right? And are there some, like, jokes in Internet Historian videos that, like, could read as, like, a kind of 4chan conservative type thing? Yeah, but also a lot of the jokes in there, even the ones that you can interpret that way, I would make and have made, you know? A lot of it is contextual. And I know for a fact that if those videos from 2016 were all like Bernie Sanders tier, like meme videos, and now his current videos look the same, I would probably interpret them a lot more charitably. Which means that what I'm not really looking at is like what his content is doing. What I'm looking at is like an attempt to divine his positions, which he doesn't make that easy, you know? But as long as the videos are good, and his videos are great, you know? They're great. They're really well made, so. Yeah. What about CGP Grey? Hold on. I have a gaydar. I don't have, like, a active politics-leaning dar on every YouTuber I consume. But CGP Grey is definitely a technophile progressive liberal. I mean, that's not very subtle, I don't think. Comment on all content creators ever? Yeah, I'll try. We'll get to it in time. Excuse me. If you want to talk about progressives failing, there's this atrocity. Oh, this? Well, Brianna Joy Gray isn't a progressive. Brianna Joy Gray's only real progressive position was that kind of, like, bland populism that can be corrupted and turned into any direction. And at this point, no matter what she personally believes, she covers for fascists. Please cover this, Vosh. Yeah, sure, fine. You know what? Fine. Yeah, let's do it. Why not? I've already seen the thing on Twitter, but, you know, might as well spread the info. Oh, I see. The Windows reset all of my audio. Okay. 1 second. It's an interesting effect of the, reset. Here, desktop audio. There. Right? Yeah.
The FBI is back.
There we go.
Bad precisely because it has always been a political weapon. And if it turns out it's...
All right, we're going to debunk this point by point. She LARPed at being a leftist, so we're going to really deconstruct this. So any argument you can make here about the FBI being a political weapon is universally applicable to any agency of political power. Do you not think the police are a political weapon? Do you not think anything, the criminal justice system broadly? Would you denounce the arrest of a rapist because the criminal justice system is a biased tool of political prejudice? This is the thing, okay? And this is why I hate it when people pretend to be like principles based. There are so many people who will pretend to have a principled opposition to something, but they'll only speak up about that principle when it happens to be politically convenient for them to remember that they have an issue with something on a principled level. Like conservatives do this all the time. Like they have a principled opposition to, like government handouts, unless, it's their industries being subsidized. We'll not go on a tangent. Brianna, take it away.
Being weaponized against Trump, that is a real problem.
No, it's not. It's any use of any state power entails political biases. The question is whether or not those political biases are legitimate. The biases are always present. So again, when police officers spend time and resources trying to track down people for murdering other people, that is a product of biases we have, both legal and ethical, that determine how we distribute our resources as a society. And in that case, I would say it's a fairly justified use. Now, the FBI investigating what their motivation here seems to be potentially like the illegal withholding and distribution and siphoning of state secrets. That actually seems like a decent thing for the FBI to come down on. We're not talking about some like random political hit job. We're talking about one of the most politically influential people in the country, potentially maliciously holding on to documents after failing to comply with a request from the DOJ to turn over stuff they unlawfully took from the White House to begin with. This is not like, it's not like the FBI is bending the rules here. They're following through on what seems to be a pretty like legitimate thread,
But it would also be one of the only times the FBI has gone after people with the power to actually defend themselves. Let's keep this abolish the FBI energy up the next time they come after normal Americans too. People who aren't billionaires. People like you.
So, a couple of points here, sort of pointing out the low IQ nature of these arguments. First of all, people who say abolish the FBI, just ram your head against a desk. I don't care. Like, you have nothing to say. Abolish the... Yeah, okay, sure. Yes, that's definitely a thing that people will do. They're going to abolish the Federal Police Intelligence Agency. That is definitely a thing that will happen. That's definitely a thing that has precedent in history. A nation just eliminating a facet of its internal investigation and legal engagement. That's just not going to happen. Saying abolish the FBI is meaningless. It's a virtue signal. You have nothing to say, nothing to contribute. You have nothing of worth to offer the mortal coil, so leave. If you want to complain about, like, actual things that you can do something about, like free warrants being handed out to the feds anytime they ask for them with basically no oversight or a lack of transparency in the institution, or the laws that bind them or regulate the exercise of a federal law and the extent to which they can investigate. If you care about any of this, like in reality, talk about those things. In this case, though, the feds seem to be operating on a pretty legitimate thread. Again, you can claim, we need to do something about the police. We need to address problems within policing all you want. That's good. But you shouldn't be speaking up on that when, like, a rapist gets arrested. That's a very inappropriate time to start talking about how police need to be abolished. Why would you ever choose that time if not to defend the rapist? Now, I know that people are being biased and inconsistent here because people don't talk about the unfair, political bias of the police when they go after obvious bad criminals. Nobody would have been complaining about the feds if they'd been like dealing with Epstein a couple years ago. Like, do you think they would have gone up like, abolish the FBI? It's unjust of them to go after this megalomaniacal world child rapist guy. Like, no, of course you wouldn't have. Well, the Republicans would have. The Republicans would have been screaming, because, you know, that would have implicated Trump, Black Book and all, what with them being friends. Republicans would have screamed, I know it's a private island, but Epstein did spend time in America. They would have screamed it was like a, you know, an attack on human rights for Epstein to be arrested or something. Yeah. Unfortunately, Hassan said in Leftovers today he wants the FBI. I know, because Hassan doesn't really understand this stuff, right? Like, yeah, you don't need to tell me. I know. It's virtue signaling and platitudes. Obviously, you can't just abolish, like, the Federal Intelligence Agency. Every country has one. They're a necessary function of the state. If you want to get rid of the state, that's a whole other thing. But as long as the state exists, you can't, like, you know. Anyway, yeah, whatever. It's just a stupid hill to die on.
And the folks that you love.
Thanks.
Yeah, we're on the same page here. Like I've said a couple times now, I wish the Republican outrage about the FBI's behavior and just law enforcement in general, let's keep that momentum going. Let's actually reform it, because...
So this right here is it is the venom dipped tongue of the snake whispering lies to you. This happens all the time, okay? You know, for very principled reasons, I take issue with the FBI at this time that the FBI is actually doing, like, good work trying to undermine the illegal behavior of the largest representative of the fascist movement in this country. For reasons that are entirely a product of my disdain towards the FBI. Now, I hope the Republicans can maintain that energy, but are they going to bring this up, like, next week or the month after? No, they're not. Of course they're not. Because Rising is a conservative show. This is a show to capture moderates and populists and pull them over to the right by pretending that there is some sort of principled anti-establishment logic underlying Republican behavior, which of course there's not. I mean, you literally had Marjorie Taylor Greene agreeing with Breonna Joy Gray. Listen, bring back seppuku. If Marjorie Taylor Greene ever quote tweets you affirmatively under any circumstances, you should disembowel yourself, right? Is that not honorable? That seems like a very basic thing to me, like very logical, you know, very straightforward. I like just it's at that point nothing but seppuku can right the dishonor you've done to yourself and your family. 3 generations of pox you've brought upon yourself and your kin. Disgraceful.
Because they have harassed more than just Donald Trump. They've harassed people you've mentioned, and you know, then countless other people whose names are not important or famous names who we don't know of.
I said agreeably.
Which is true generally of, you know, law enforcement in general, right? The grandmother whose door was broken into in the middle of the night by a SWAT raid that had the wrong address, you know, all of that kind of stuff that goes on routinely, not FBI, but local law enforcement.
Well, they often work with law
in
enforcement, as they did in the case of Fred Hampton in the Chicago Police Department.
And in cases where you want law enforcement to be doing something, in you know, so many of these mass shooting incidents, there was reason for the FBI or for law enforcement to know something. People informed them about, hey.
Are we going to point out that Republicans are the most stalwart defenders of the right to police to do whatever they want? Because right now we're talking about the general abuses of police, not just the feds, and the Republicans are the most vocal and active defenders. To be fair, Democrats also are pretty fucking pro-police, but Republicans come out on top in that respect. And I mean, we had the Republican Supreme Court justices recently coming out with a few hot takes, like no need to read your Miranda rights. Federal police have essentially unlimited, like the border police have essentially unlimited authority to, I forget the details of that case. Remember, it was like the 100-mile border? Like anything within 100 miles of the border or an airport? Yeah. I forget the details. It's conservative justices have always been more aggressive on the... Yeah, it's like something about them being able to be sued. They can't individually be sued.
Hey, this person is really dangerous. They're stockpiling weapons. They say crazy things online. They have actually made violent threats. They put a gun to a family member's head.
Yeah.
You know, visit their house and do something. And maybe they visit. Maybe they do something. They don't.
But
they
look
don't
at
do
the
enough.
distribution of resources. Look, this might seem overly cynical, but it really does feel to me when you look at how the FBI was established, when it was established, and what it has devoted the majority of its resources to. It is not an anti-crime organization. It is an establishment protecting organization.
I don't disagree with that. The primary purpose of the police and the FBI, in a political sense, is the maintenance of a status quo. Not so much being anti-crime. I do agree with that. However, sometimes being anti-crime and being pro-status quo actually overlap with each other, such as as is the case when a former president has allegedly top secret classified materials kept at his fucking private residence and has failed to comply with DOJ requests to return them to the presidential records. In that case, following through on that, you would be both preventing crime and maintaining the status quo, which would be a case when, if the crime is actually bad, I would be fairly supportive of the efforts of the police. There's another clip here. Oh no, wait, that is the same clip. Brianna Joy Gray has been aggressively putting. Oh, here's Jimmy Dore. Why are you being so anti-black at Nina Turner? Thank you, Jimmy Dore. For context here, Jimmy Dore and Nina Turner were going at it on Twitter recently, where Nina Turner was pointing out that Jimmy Dore is a right-wing grifter who exists only to pull people over to the right by faking a kind of a leftism. So she's correct, thank you. And now we have, literally, Daily Wire tier bad faith race baiting, a famed strategy for real leftists. But Brianna Joy Gray has been going on about this, positively speaking of Marjorie Taylor Greene. Oh, she's been posting a lot. 18 minutes ago, 38 minutes ago. Is MTG right ABT? The FBI is nope a no. Okay. Yeah, whatever. Oh, do I not follow? Give them an argument with Ben Burgess? I never check out who to follow. I just wait and see if people follow me, and then I follow back. So sometimes I'll find that I wasn't even following Bernie Sanders on Twitter, his non-senator account, until pretty recently. But many very smart men on the left, oh, that's me, have been too busy waging their finger, at me to notice this is an opportunity to own the issue, to demonstrate to partyless folks skeptical of the deep state. Okay, partyless people don't believe in the deep state. What is she suggesting that the deep state conspiracy theory is like a moderate, independent belief? What? The framing here is conservative. It's the silent majority argument. Oh, everyone believes in the deep state. Of course, the term deep state is so vague that unless you know what exactly a person means, it's impossible to actually, figure out. What a real leftist, by the way, would refer to the deep state as the state, because it's just the state. There's nothing special about it. There's nothing unique about America or it now or at any point in time that gives it more of a deep state. It's just the state. It's just the function of the state. But using an ambiguous term like this lets right-wingers look at it and think, yes, the Jews, and get along with Brianna Joy Gray and her arguments. Do I care enough to look through this a bunch? Probably not. I do hate her. We're never going to have her on this show. Ravel Institute. Oh, Marianne Williamson. Wow, she looks older than I last remember. But, in a hot way. Sorry, that wasn't an insult. At all. Has Xanderhall seen this video? How many times has she retweeted it? Okay, that's enough. Cut it. When people talk about the deep state, they're talking about the community of political servants that work for the feds regardless of administration. You mean the administrative state? The thing that was invented by China in 2000 BC? You mean the concept of a bureaucrat? That's not... I mean, if that's the case, then every state ever has had a deep state. I mean, at that point, it feels like the weight of the term kind of loses. By the deep state, we just mean administrators, like the administrative state, the thing that's always existed everywhere for as long as we've had writing. It's scary, right? That is what they often refer to, though. Do you think the FBI could ever be retooled to go against the wealthy and white-collar crime in some future left administration? Yeah, it depends on the priority of the administration, sure. Leftists are always jerking off China for being willing to bring the hammer down in their billionaire class if they go against the interests of the state. That right there is a testament to the fact that, yeah, the administrative and judicial forces behind the state apparatus are capable of changing their targets depending on the priorities of the state. You know, it's possible, but you can never have, guys. You can't have an America without an FBI. You can get rid of the organization FBI, but you'd have to replace them with something else. You'd have to get another 3-letter word. It's literally like the right Tetris block for the shape. What else are you going to do to enforce federal crime? I mean, you can defederalize and just have no federal government. I guess I don't think that solves the problem though, and creates a bunch of new ones. So yeah, it's yeah. It's very good. The VGG Vosh, yeah, true. Okay. Okay. I wanna go over a video. I wanna talk politics. Huh? However, I have to share with you guys a story. Do you think you politics frogs can hold your britches shut for a minute? Because I want to tell you guys the story. I haven't wanted to tell you guys a personal story this much in a while. I want to tell you about the time yesterday where I changed my own garbage disposal, replaced it. The garbage disposal, the thing that goes underneath a sink that if you throw if food bits go in there, you can vroom, and it doesn't clog up the drain. I want to tell this story, okay? So, yeah, my T levels are surging. So I just want to say, right off the bat, okay? I'm not a very handy guy. I don't have a strong, intuitive understanding of home repair or renovation. I have an amateur's interest in engineering, and I have a strong grip, and that works to my favor. But I don't have some broad knowledge. That metal ring was a bitch, huh? Oh, we'll get to the metal ring. Okay. Hold on. Okay. So our garbage disposal had been non-functional for a year, and I kept putting off replacing it because it was a very abstract problem at first, we have a 2-bowl sink. So one sink was always usable, the other one was kind of slow with the draining, but it got worse and worse and worse and worse, and I tell Conyer, and Vermin oh, I'll replace it, because listen, I'm not that handy, but I love trying. If there's a problem in the yard, I want to fix it. If there's a wall that needs something done, I want to try it. Shelf that needs to be put up, furniture needs to be assembled. I've done electrical rewiring. I've done appliance repair. I've put cables through different floors in the building, trying to thread them through with the fiberglass cable through the hole. I had to drill the hole in the floor, but because it's fun. And I don't always do an amazing job, but I try, and I learn from it, and I assemble more tools, and that's fine. It's the masculine urge to knock holes in stuff that you own, or in my case, rent. So I wanted to give it a shot with the garbage disposal. I got all the tools that I needed, and at this point, I actually have a pretty robust tool library. So I had everything that I needed. I have plenty of wrenches and screwdrivers and power tools, hacksaws. I got a whole replacement piping set, with the 1.5-inch PVC piping so that I could redo it. I also got one of those flex piping things. I didn't know how reliable those would be or how sturdy they would feel, but I got that. You literally need none of those, do you? It's always good to have stuff around, even if you don't need them, in case something goes wrong. Sometimes foreshadowing is relatively obvious. So we moved into this place a while ago, and the previous tenants, I'd always gotten the impression were kind of fucking slobs, because there were a lot of problems with this place that we've just been slowly addressing in our time here. And of course the garbage disposal that was in the sink was from their era. And it wasn't until I really sat down and tried replacing it that I realized how fucked up it was, okay? I can't even give you like the full rundown on it. The previous garbage disposal, first of all, it was clogged to the point that it had like a drop of water per minute fill. You know, like nothing would get through it. So I know it's going to be full of like caked up food material that's been there for an epoch, right? Like it's going to be disgusting, like actually getting in there. But I get started. I assemble all the tools. You know, I open up the underside of this thing. I move out all the crap. I get the cats away because, you know, of course, like they can like smell activity. So they're like hovering. Artemis is like vibrating on the other side of the kitchen, you know, like staring at me. And I can't touch him with my gloved hands, so I'm like using my foot to like slide him across the tile to keep him away, you know, the whole 9 yards. And yeah, I do what you need to, you know, there's the pipe that runs down from the disposal to the main water line. I disconnect that, and I start disconnecting everything, and the moment I remove the garbage disposal from the sink apparatus, like the food material starts fucking getting flayed onto me, and it smells disgusting. At first I thought like bugs or something were like landing on me because they were thick enough that they had like a shape, but they were slimy enough that they were sliding down my kitchen gloves to and it looked like they were moving. And you know, if something drops in your glove, like the nanosecond you see that, your brain makes a snap decision on whether or not it's a bug. So you're like and it's like getting everywhere, and I can't like help it. I did get all the stuff out from under the sink beforehand to try to like minimize the damage. Please clean your drains. This is me cleaning my drains. But you know, I eventually remove the thing. And for those of you who don't know, like, wait, let me see if I can pull up like a. Okay, no, we're gonna draw this. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, like, this is basically how it works. Really quick, okay, like really quick. This is basically how it works. So basically, let me just get the right pen shape there. Okay, so basically, like, if you have a 2-basin sink like this, you know, you have like a little thing beneath it, like that, that like catches and the pipe, and you know, you get your little silly straw piping down. Woo-hoo. Okay, and the garbage disposal is right here, like this. You see, and then it like connects there, right? Makes sense? Okay, so I disconnect this part and I remove it from this part, so I now have this thing removed. Okay, which is great because that's the garbage disposal. All right, and it's disgusting and it's heavy and it smells foul, and I dispose of it. I can see now there are a couple of problems right off the bat. First of all, I don't know if any like people who know about plumbing, it didn't have a water trap on the line running out. The pipe that ran out of the disposer, the garbage disposal, was a straight horizontal pipe, which meant that any time like food waste got discharged from the disposal, it wouldn't fall into like a water pit and then connect back to the main pipe. It would simply drag itself across the horizontal pipe. It was filthy inside that pipe. Of course, that's how they're meant. That's why underneath your sink you have like the little, it's called like a water trap, I think. And the goal is the pipe here, right here. It keeps water here like always. And that way, if there's the P-trap, yeah. If there's any like gunk that falls through, it doesn't just like land on the side of a horizontal pipe and stay there like this. Instead, it kind of facilitates the process of it being left out. But nope, fully horizontal on this one. So yeah, no wonder this thing clogged. But I remove the garbage disposal and I throw it out, you know. And I'm like, okay, we have to install the new one, all right? But first, we have to get rid of this stuff right here, okay? So in a sink, and this is the case whether there's a garbage disposal or not, right? You have like a thing right here that is like the catch that connects to the piping. And if you have a garbage disposal beneath it, you have some stuff that basically like connects the garbage disposal. The flange, I forget the names or whatever. The key thing to remember is this, okay? It's a two-way installation. This part right here, you install by pushing it down from the top of the sink. And then from the underside of the sink, you put your flange, your fancy screw-on stuff right down here. You see? And that's how you connect the big garbage disposal, like that. That means that after you remove the garbage disposal, the simple thing is you have to remove this part right here, and then the part right here, this part, you can just pull right up. You understand? Now here's the problem. This thing was so old and so poorly maintained that it had rusted shut. The ring that you're meant to pull out to untwist and remove this part had essentially fused to the metal. Now, this was not a mild attachment. I was at this thing with a screwdriver and a wrench for 30 minutes. It was functionally the same piece of metal. Now, here's the issue with that. That means I can't remove this now merged piece up or down. Is it not made out of plastic? Nope. Thick steel. I can't move it up or down. I tried everything. I got barbell weights from my gym, and I stacked them on top of the slightly elevated sink part to keep torque and keep it from spinning, while I tried everything to yoink down like any part of metal that I could grip on. There, like it would not work. Like nothing would happen. At one point, I actually got, and for the first time attempted to use, my, people in chat are going to cringe at this, reciprocating saw, because I didn't have anything else capable of cutting through steel. Now, anybody who's familiar with the power of a reciprocating saw and what it's meant to be used for will understand that this is basically a recipe for instant death. I didn't use it unless Conyer was around. This thing can cut through steel. Also, it's the loudest machine in the world. It's louder than a car. You could put your ear to a muffler and this thing would be louder by using one. That's not a joke. I'm not joking when I say that. So obviously that didn't work. There's just no angle from which you can get a reciprocating saw to cut through the flange. Like, because all of this is in like a cabinet under the sink, and there's shit here, and it's like, oh yeah, use this fucking power tool to cut. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't die too. Okay? So we now approach the climax of the story. I spent a lot of time trying to get this to work. And here's the thing, I need to do it now because like this is half the sink that's now open. I need to replace it. I need to fix this problem, okay? So I thought, there is nothing I can do to remove it by separating these two pieces. I'll need to pull the whole thing through. The top part, the one that you fit by putting it through the hole in the sink from the top, is basically shaped like a mushroom cap, like this. Like this, see? And it's like, see? And the water pours through it and stuff. So the only thing keeping me from pulling the whole thing through the sink are these. The circular lip of the of the part around. The chef hat. So what I do is I grab my wrench and I spend an agonizing 40 minutes bending the steel inward to try to crimp all of it into a shape that's smaller than the circumference of the sinkhole. And this wasn't very easy. The problem isn't the strength of the steel, because if you have a wrench, you can bend steel if it's not too thick. The problem is like the like trying to get the right angle. Because again, it's in a sink bowl. So my arm is like here, you know, with a fucking wrench. And it's like, how the fuck do you get the angle on this, you know? You can twist it and bend it and you can do all you want. I don't have an angle grinder, Sir Wookie. Why didn't you call a plumber? Because I'm determined, all right? You can twist it and bend it all you want, but eventually you run out of the angle to pull the wrench at. You can't do it anymore. And I want to point out, by the way, that my back hurts like shit because I've been doing this now for like 2.5 hours. I have like a fucking Here, let me just draw me real quick. There we go. I have like a pec and abs on my back at this point from the sheer effort expended. What is that a picture of? It's my double. There we go. See? Like that. It's my double pec and back abs, and then pretend my arms are coming out. Okay? Oh. Hello? Sorry, I looked so good there I had to zoom in. But eventually, after agonizing effort, I finally managed to bend, because the problem is that it bends in like a flower, right? Like if you have a circular chef hat or whatever, and you bend it in like this, you now have corners that are here and here. So if you bend it again, and you get like this thing is now like unbendable, basically, because of it's being supported mechanically, at both points. I tried so hard to hammer in these points to the fold that I actually used the wrench as a chisel and a hammer to literally try to hammer it in. And I tried hammering it so loud were the hammers, that my fucking alarm went off. Because the glass shatter feature of my alarm system was activated. It was so loud that an alarm system on a separate floor went off. The glass break. Yeah. But eventually, with agonizing effort expended, I managed to crimp this thing in appropriately, and I actually pulled the entire thing through the bottom, which I was, at that point, I was beginning to doubt was even possible, but I finally fucking did it. I finally pulled the whole goddamn thing, this just rust cylinder, through the bottom. And keep in mind, the whole time I'm doing this, it's disgusting. There's dried plumber's putty everywhere and food grease, and I long ago had to remove my my kitchen gloves because they were destroyed by trying to remove this thing the normal way, because it's all rusted sharp metal that I'm pulling at to try to remove it like normally with the metal ring. So the gloves got so torn they were useless, and I'm lucky that I didn't give myself fucking tetanus. And after all that, I'm doing this with like my bare hands at this point, and finally, at last, I pull this thing out, and I'm able to install the new goddamn garbage disposal, which was way easier than removing the old one. Oh my god. Whew. Why didn't you try to hammer it upward? You can't hammer it upwards. This stuff will never go through from up there. So you've come to peace with never getting your security deposit back? I didn't destroy anything. I didn't damage anything. Why didn't you use a vapor rust? Because the garbage disposal had already been removed. I wanted to get it done then. And I did. I got it done then. I tried to use every tool I had at my disposal. I need an angle grinder. Even that might have been a bit dicey. That steel can get pretty thick when it's like rusted all over itself. You should have filmed this. Yeah. It was a whole process. And then finally I put it together. I hate this drawing. Have you tried after you fixed it? Yes, of course. And afterwards, I installed the new one, and I put in the new piping, and the new piping has a water trap. We did it, guys. We did it. It goes straight down, and then it has the water trap, and then it connects the regular disposal line. We fucking did it. Oh my god. It's a good thing I didn't stream it too, because streaming makes me more bold, and I probably would have cut my arm off with a reciprocating saw. I could not believe how loud that thing was. Because it was the first time that I had used it, you know. I would have gotten goaded on by chat. They would have been like, yeah, you can totally do it. I would have tried it full power against the underside of the flange. It would have bounced off rusty metal, and it just would have flown directly into the center of my forehead and killed me. Yeah. Landlord should have paid for that you're renting. The life experience that I've gained is priceless. I would not trade it for anything. Yeah. Whew. It was a good experience. And then we finally did it. Now we have a functioning garbage disposal. And a much cleaner one, too. Obviously, kind of, you know, ruined the point if that wasn't the case. The sink is forever damaged? Nope, the sink is not damaged. Sinks are very durable. They are literally just a bowl of steel, you know? You have to go pretty hard to damage the actual like bin of a sink. It's really the counter around them that's the difficult part. Aluminum, I think mine is just steel. If it was aluminum, I think it would have dented. Not all my hammer strikes hit. Do you have a metal sink or a ceramic sink? Well, a metal sink, of course. I would never have tried that in a ceramic sink. What deploying a hammer inside a ceramic sink is no possible outcome that works out in your favor. No, I promise you, it's stainless steel. Yeah, that would not. I would not have attempted that one. Probably would have called a plumber if that had been my only shot. I don't think you should have a ceramic sink for the kitchen wall. Probably not, because you're putting dishes in there and stuff. Ooh. All right. Sorry, I just wanted to get that off my chest. I wanted to share that with you guys, you know? So now you know. Thank you, Tempest. I think it's valuable trying to do stuff like that, you know? I mean, it's a good learning experience. Also, I had to break my own power level like 7 times to push in all the metal because the angle wasn't really ideal to push in the rim of the sink part with the wrench. So this is one of those situations that's really frustrating because like if I could have affixed it to a bench and like had all my tools to deal with it in the open air, I could have pulled all that metal into the shape of like a sphere, you know? With enough, you know, torque and the right leverage, you can do whatever you want. But I didn't have that. It was all in a fucking sink. So I had to use quite a lot of my arm strength. Yeah, I had to go even further beyond quite a few times. Thanks to Tier 4 sub. New Game Vosh, have chat show your drawings to their friends that don't watch you and have them try to guess what the hell it is. It's been a while since I've gotten to draw for real. I really should. Because I haven't done any new art assets for Peepo's Nuggy Quest. Which is coming along, by the way. Did you sustain any injuries? My back was sore for a few hours after, but... Oh, man! I have to say, by the way, that physical therapy I got back in 2021, holy shit, that shit is useful, man. If I had to do the plumbing before physical therapy, I would have been bent forward plumbing for 10 minutes, and I would have had to stop after that. But I was able to go for 3 hours. Of plumbing, and my back was fine like 2 hours after the fact. It feels so good. It's so good. Health is so important. So good. Yes, exercise is very important. Health is very important. Probably Tempest. Got to keep PB Blaster on hand. Works wonder and seized rusted metal bolts. No, I know that now. I just didn't realize the extent of the damage. So much damage to this place. So much damage to this place. That we've had to go over. So much. Ooh. Yeah. But it's fun trying to fix it. I think that's every house in America now. It depends on how much you're willing to pay and how old the house is, right? Don't worry, DJ. It wasn't actually where I drew it. Do you think you can beat Hassan now, Vosh? No, I don't think I can beat Hassan. Unless it's a contest on lefty foreign policy positions. In which case, I think I have him hands down. Chat's mind is so darkened, y'all think plumbing equals porn scenario? I gotta say, guys, I have never in my life thought about sex less than when I had, like, 2-year-old food mulch dripping down my gloved hands. Never in my life has sex been further from my mind. If somebody went up to me with a microphone right then and asked me if I'd be willing to swear off all sex forever, if it meant getting my hands clean in that moment, I probably would have said yes. I was very far away. Yeah, plumbing is disgusting. Electrical wiring is more dangerous, and higher stakes, but is also less gross. Because the most you're going to deal with is, like, the dusty inside of, like, the socket after you pull it out, right? I mean, unless you go into the walls. But even then, the inside of walls tend to be pretty clean. Yeah, spiders depending on the place, you know. And the fried rats. Okay, that's not gonna happen at, like, a house. I mean, I guess maybe it will. Of course I was, Nitty. Yes, it does. I think you would smell if there was a fried rat inside your house. And we don't get cockroaches up here. Happy birthday, Kiki. Or by finding mold in your wall. Yes, I've never had to deal with mold. Well, actually, no. Back when I was in college, one of the dorm apartments had mold, black mold, in the, No, that wasn't the dorm apartment. That was my apartment. It was after I got out of the dorms. There was black mold in the shower area. No, it wasn't at HSU. I don't want to smear HSU. It was my own apartment. We didn't know how to deal with it. Black mold is actually really dangerous to get that taken care of. I mean, kind of. We tried to clean it, but like, the housing situation up there is so bad. It's not like you really have a pick of the litter when it comes to where you're going to live. And it wasn't like an individual landlord. It was a housing company. So every time you have a problem, it's like, you know, you fill out a form. Are you sure it was actually black mold? I'm pretty sure. I mean, it's been a good few years. But yeah, I think, I mean, Vermin would know more than me. But Vermin said it was black mold. I have a pretty live and let live attitude towards stuff like that, you know? As long as it happens slowly, I kind of forget about it. So thankfully Vermin was around to care about stuff like that. Sometimes dust can look similar. No. It was in the shower corner of the bathroom, and it was solid black mold slowly creeping across the wall. It was pretty distinct. It was very, very visually identifiable. My landlord just painted over the black mold. Giga Chad move right there. Rodful, I'd suggest getting an exercise band or two. Yeah, based landlord. You may die, but the person who replaces you will still pay rent. Now, you may die, but I'll raise rent in the next one to come by. Yeah, Shuji, it's good to learn. The only thing that I wouldn't recommend is don't try to use reciprocating saws on rusted metal pieces at bad angles, because there are mistakes you learn from and there are mistakes that you recover from, and you want to be in the former category. You found a dead bat in the walls of your kitchen? That is interesting. I'm sorry. That sounds gross. Yeah. Had black mold in the shower of an old house I rented. The landlord refused to do anything and got pissed at us for it. Yeah, landlords are a piece of shit, generally. My current landlord's cool, though. I mean, you know, the class dynamics aside. Should we use reciprocating saws to get rid of black mold? Yeah, that should work. That sounds fine. That sounds good. You know, the real threat in the area, the real threat in our area is the fucking spiders, man. The yellow spiders, they're pretty common in the Seattle area, and their bites will get you. They're not lethal. Well, they might be if you're weak, you know, like infirm or old or young. But they mostly just fucking suck. And there are a lot of them, you know. Like, there are black widows in LA, but in the whole time that I lived in LA, I saw maybe like 3 of them, you know? But I every time I step outside and I kick like a leaf, the underside like starts walking on its own because it's actually just a collection of yellow spiders. They are all over the place. I'm trying to be environmentally conscientious. I could just like nuke my entire property with bug spray, but I also know there are like, you know, other animals that aren't spiders, and I don't want to be like bad to the environment, you know? Black widows are fairly tame and not aggressive from what I've heard. It doesn't matter. They're terrifying. You don't understand this till you see one right next to your hand all of a sudden. But Black widows are literally a cultural sign of death. Like, in the West. When you see a black widow in real life, you don't have any time to cognitively process, like, oh, as long as I don't, like, you know, agitate it or get near. It's like, in addition to them being pretty large spiders, you know, relatively. I mean, here's them balanced on the tip of 2 fingers. Trigger warning, I guess. Like, they're pretty big relative to the spiders that most people are going to be seeing day to day. You know, most, like, house spiders are a lot smaller than that. And they're also, again, literally the sign of death. The Black Widow and all the iconography around it, including its name, is culturally associated with danger. So like, if you see one next to you, you don't, it's not like, oh, well, they're not really, like, as long as you don't touch them, you know, like, you instantly, like, your body sends you away from them. You have to be like, maybe there are people who didn't have that reaction the first time they saw a Black Widow near them, but I sure as fuck did, and I feel like it's a normal one. They're quite spooky. Yeah, Red Cascadian. There's a reason why fear of spiders is so common and ubiquitous. A lot of the fears we have about bugs stem from a, like, basically lizard brain aversion to primeval sources of danger. The big two of which are venom and rot. That's why cockroaches elicit that fear as well. Though that one is less severe than a spider because, you know, rot's kind of a abstract death thing, whereas, you know, a Black Widow is a very immediate and non-abstract. I've literally held Black Widows, they're dumb babies. Whatever you want to do, man. You know, I'm not shaming you. I'm just saying, fuck that. I'm not dealing with that. You can hold with them and they're just chill. All right, the people in chat, you're all very brave. Oh yeah, here's a big tarantula. I will say tarantulas don't freak me out as much because they're so big that they, like, move into just being an animal to me. Like, don't get me wrong, I still think they're freaky, but they're large enough that they don't, in my mind, register as a spider. It's more the feeling that I get when I see, like, a crab, you know? What's the name of that crab, the creepy one with the very long legs? Is it a coconut crab? A spider crab. Yeah, spider crab. That's why I'm thinking of it, because it's called a spider crab. Yeah, the Japanese spider crab. Those things are pretty wacky, I have to say. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I, like, fear them necessarily. They might just be too large for me to think of them the way I should. Like they're in, like they transcend the category. Aren't they stupid huge? Well, yeah. They do look like aliens. They don't really pose a threat to you, like, at all, right? I mean, there's nothing they can do to you. Are they extinct? Nope. I just chose the black and white photo because it made them look like an SCP. They're still very around. Here's a dude seeing them on the ocean floor. They could pinch your dick, though? Yeah, I guess that's true. Show the coconut crab. Okay, coconut crab and camel spider. We're going to look at those two, and then we're moving on. Camel spider. Sun spider? Well, I'll admit, I do hate it. Like, more than I can describe. I had those camel spiders in my home in Saudi growing up. I would have killed myself. Contemplating killing myself just because I share a planet with them, actually. They're fast and they can get into bed with you because you're warm. Thanks. Yeah, it looks more like a scorpion than a spider. What the fuck? This is 2 of them? I guess that's 2 of them, and there's a US soldier Holding them up. Cool. This image right here is actually a phenomenal logical argument for withdrawing from Afghanistan. Camel spiders were the horror story of troops deployed in Afghanistan. Yeah, fuck that. Wash your bleeding viewers. Yeah, that's to be expected when I show photos of spiders. Also, I'm not. I've gained 100 since last time I checked. Looks like you people have stronger stomachs than I gave you credit for. Fine, last one. The last one's cute, okay? Coconut crab. Here, we're finishing strong. We're finishing strong. Okay? Okay, maybe cute's not necessarily the right word. I think they're kind of cute, like, from a distance. Because they're, like, fat, you know? The coconut crab. This is the famous photo. Everyone's seen this one. We saw it, Coliquim. You know, it's like, I don't want to be next to it, but like in an abstract, you know, it's like a big boy. Hey, Vermin, guys! Today is Vermin's birthday. I don't get to have cake with them because they're in Australia, but today's Vermin's birthday. Everyone say happy birthday, Vermin. Yeah, it was their birthday yesterday in Australia time, but today in proper time. We're all wishing you a good one. They ate Amelia Earhart. Many such cases. No, you're not, Vermin. Look up jumping spiders. No, I said I'd be done after the coconut crab. Oh god, we're talking about spiders, and there's this dark spot on my carpet that's literally just the fabric or material of the carpet, just at a different elevation because of a footstep. And every time I look to my left, I think, ugh! But it's literally just a footstep right there. There's nothing. Hate that shit. That's the worst thing about bugs, by the way. It's not the bug itself. It's that after you see a bug, every feeling on your body and every spot in your vision becomes the bug. It's the paranoia after the fact, you know? Like, you see one spider once outside, and it's any time you feel any hair on your arm or leg get brushed or anything, like you're like, you fucking, the crawlies, the creepy crawlies. That's the worst part. Okay, wait, one last coconut crab photo. This guy is beautiful. Can we appreciate that? I like that. This is a gamer crab right here. It's so plump. I mean, even its like legs are fat, you know? It honestly looks like it was made by an artist, right? Like a painting you'd see on Twitter or whatever. Horrors beyond human invention. Oh, no, it's cute. Okay. I got stung by a wasp while I was driving a couple days ago. Never parked and jumped out of my vehicle so fast. You got stung by a wasp while you were driving? Jesus Christ. Doesn't the wasp know that's a serious fucking threat? I have a taxidermy one in our house, by the way. Taxidermy what, Vermin? I got stung by a bee while driving too. Okay, wait. Honest question for chat. How bad is a yellow jacket sting versus a regular, like, bee sting? I've only been stung by a bee once, and I was, like, 8, and it stung the back of my neck. And it, like, I mean, it stung, but I was fine. So I figure if I was 8, and it was the back of my neck, and it was fine, that bee stings must not be that big of a deal. Unless you're allergic, or there's a lot of them, or whatever. But how much worse is the yellow jacket? Are we, so you're like a grown adult, right? A yellow jacket. Do you cry? I mean, how bad? Bees are a type of wasp. Okay, but I don't know the details, but you know what I... A taxidermy coconut crab. It's broken, so I have to fix it before displaying. Oh, I didn't know you had that, Vermin. Vermin has a taxidermy coconut crab. It's like 50% worse? Okay, you know. Ask Brave Wilderness. If they weren't copyright for sure, like DMCA worthy, live reacting to one of those get stung by the worst sting ever, like wilderness videos would be pretty good content. The Coyote Peterson shit, yeah. I know his videos are mostly aimed towards kids, but I think they're really fun to watch sometimes. I mean, animals can be pretty cool, you know? Oh god, vermin, okay. One got stung inside my ear when I was little since I was a kid, and that fueled my hatred for wasps. I was told don't move, it's a bee, so I let it get close to me, and then it crawled in my ear. I'd kill myself. I might kill myself just from the memory, you know? Like, maybe you would... Don't do it, man. You've got so much to live for. Maybe you can just drink yourself into forgetting. Fuck. Ah, God. I've been stung by a yellow jacket before. It feels like somebody putting a cigarette out in your skin. Nobody has ever put a cigarette out on my skin before. Just so you guys know. I don't have a frame of reference for that. I'm not a bottom. You have to be quite a bottom to be a bottom enough to bottom for that. Oh, I've always wondered, by the way. Is it a hygiene issue for someone to put a cigarette out on you because of the ash? Or is the ash sterile? It would be sterile, right? Like, it has to be. It's literally ash. Would it... Like, if you had it put out on you, would there be, like, a risk of infection from the ash? I know it burns you, but I mean, like... But like, there is a risk? It's toxic, though? Not the ash? Think of mixed answers again. Because if having a cigarette put out on you posed a serious threat of infection, I don't think the kinky people would do it that much, because infection is generally something you want to avoid always. They tend to go for sterile forms of... They don't care? Okay, whatever. Show them my new Crustpedia belly button tattoo. Oh yeah, look! Billy button, not belly button. Vermin got a new tattoo for their birthday. See, look, it's the little dandelions, the Craspedias. And this is a cicada. And that was an old one. But they're both nice. And now they're both there. Yes, you can be infected by them? Huh. Do you have any tattoos? Nah, but if I ever get one, I want it to be pathologic themed. There are a couple of tattoo ideas I have. Like an easy one would be getting the polyhedron. You're gonna soy over that? I thought you'd so... Okay, fine. Whatever. If you had to get a VGG emote tatted on you, not Artemy or Pigeon, what would it be? Man, fuck, I don't know. Maybe it would be myself? Like, one of the me Wojaks or something? For the irony? I don't know. No, wait, it would have to be Voosh. It has to be Voosh, right? Little egoist. You telling me if you didn't have your own Voosh, you wouldn't want to get it tattooed on you? 500k donut stream for Voosh tattoo, please God. I'll consider it. It would make a good tattoo. You know, if it was a stencil. I wouldn't add color. Oh, God. It's so fucking warm in here. I'm getting the new AC tomorrow. God damn it. Okay, hold on. What is this? Stream is not going to go super long today, guys. I'm sorry. But it's going to be a good one. I'm feeling the energy. It's just, I've been really weak to the heat lately. Biden met with historians who warned him about threats to democracy and compared the current moment to the pre-Civil War era report says. So apparently some historians tried to explain to him that the world is ending. That's good. Maybe he'll listen. That'd be good. The last thing I want to talk about today is Keffals. Sorry, not... Okay, wait. That doesn't mean I don't want to talk about her. It means that I want to talk about her for the finale of the stream. Just to be sort of linguistically clear there. I got emailed this video. Somebody said, apparently... So this guy did the video, Disney Made Us All Gay, or whatever, which... hold on. Or wait, was that another person? Oh, wait, yeah, right here. Disney Made Us Gay. Yeah, that one. And I saw that video get banted about. But then somebody emailed me saying this video was bad, and I just want to see it. Simple as that. Ukraine, the avoidable war. You know, I don't know anything about the content of this video. Maybe, wait, hey, okay. Maybe it's cringe, maybe it's not. Who is this dude? This is Boy Boy. Okay. Alright, well. Why?
I wasn't. Do you know there's a war?
Committing to the bit.
There's a war. There's a war going on in Ukraine.
War has returned to Europe. Russian tanks and troops rolled across the border.
Russia is facing allegations of war crimes.
We're escalating towards World War III here in Ukraine.
All this bloodshed and carnage just came out of nowhere.
Yeah, this is from April, so this isn't like... This wasn't released yesterday, but I want to see, you know? Guys, maybe this video isn't even bad. You know, I haven't even seen it. I just want to see, you know? Somebody emailed it to me. I said, oh, okay, yeah.
What the hell was that?
Putin is a monster. He's unleashed hell in Europe, and the question is why? You know, why would he do that? Well, if you ask the oldest and wisest man in America, the president, he'll tell you that Putin did it for no reason.
Putin's latest attack on Ukraine was totally unprovoked.
But 25 years ago, this same guy predicted this is exactly what would happen if the US expanded NATO into Eastern Europe.
And if there was ever anything that was going to tip the balance, were it to be tipped in terms of a vigorous and hostile reaction in Russia, it would be that.
So what the hell's NATO? What does this all mean? And what did Biden know 25 years ago that he doesn't know now?
So the best way to get something done, if it holds near and dear to you that you like to be able to, anyway.
Well, to find out what's going on, we got to go way back to the Soviet Union in the 90s, back when Russia and Ukraine were part of the same country. Now, there's a lot of nice stuff in the Soviet Union, like oil, gas, coal, and grandparents that look like this, all of which make it the most resource-rich nation in the world. And now that the US won the Cold War, the Americans had...
I don't know if it's the most resource-rich in the world, but Ukraine is, like, uniquely resource-rich. That is true. There's a lot of good stuff in there. I don't think... I mean, I don't know if we're going, like, per square mile. Whatever.
Two options. One was to start a new world of equals without war or exploitation, and the other option was to plunder your old rival and make lots and lots of money. Now, if you want to make lots of money in the Soviet Union, the first thing you need is a really, really drunk dude called Boris. He'll do whatever you say, but the problem is, no one likes him. Like, how do you get an unpopular loser like Boris into power? Well, you got to spend money to make money, right? And Boris's friends in the White House slipped him a sneaky $2.5 billion donation, allowing him to monopolize every media outlet and bribe anyone who needed to be bribed. Now, $2.5 billion obviously sounds like...
Okay, we're streamlining this a lot, it seems. Okay, so after the fall of the Soviet Union, there was an immediate power vacuum that was left in the former Soviet territories, most notably Russia here, where most of, a lot of the state-owned industry was cut up and distributed amidst a collection of oligarchs, many of whom had power in the previous regime. There wasn't really a good lead-in to a democracy. Boris Yeltsin was the, post-fall of the Berlin Wall, rep. He was very buddy-buddy with Western officials. He oversaw the introduction of our market principles to Russia and the shock doctrine, which led to a number of problems. Yeltsin was, a very bad leader in a number of ways. He was dishonest. He was very corrupt. He didn't seem to care that much about the well-being of the Russian people, and that's why he was great for Western interests, because Yeltsin basically just drank and turned a blind eye. Essentially didn't fight for the well-being of the Russian people as the West sort of made an effort to integrate economically with the former Soviet bloc, which means, of course, that all these integrations were done on our terms. It's not good. Yeah. And yeah, he appointed Putin, and we all know how that went. So yeah. So this guy's not wrong. It's just complicated. It's complicated. It's really, really complicated, The problem is like the West basically tried to like buy out Russia. The West basically just tried to use our wealth and influence to shift post-Soviet Russia in the direction we wanted. And the issue is that's bad, but at the same time, Russia was the most push-aroundable country at the time. The oligarchs that had power within Russia, the former Soviet officials, they did not make an effort to protect their country or represent its interests in a fair way. This is one of the reasons why Putin is so popular today. A common narrative is that Yeltsin and his ilk sold out Russia to the West, and Putin, as a nativist strongman, was willing to fight for the Russian people. And of course, that is dishonest in its own way. But I guess what I'm saying is that, like, after the fall of the Soviet Union, Russia needed a kinder hand than the West has ever applied to a former rival. And they didn't get it.
Like a lot of money, but the Americans got a lot more in return. You can do pretty much anything now that Boris is in power. Like, even when 77% of the country votes to keep the USSR together, Boris can ignore that and go get drunk with just 3 dudes. And all he has to do is just open this document. Just open it up. Just concentrate a little bit.
I'm not familiar with this referendum. Hold on. USSR referendum. What did he say? 77%? The official referendum that had been held in Estonia on the 3rd of March, 1991, on whether to restore the Estonian Republic that had been occupied by the Soviet Union in 1940, the result was 77.8% in restoring the Estonian Republic. That is not the same thing as what he said. That's a entirely different thing. Okay, this is another thing. 76 in Soviet referendum voted to preserve country. More than 3/4 of those took place in the Sunday's referendum. Oh, this is March 20, 1991. Okay. Future Soviet Union voted in favor of keeping the country together. The head of the referendum commission said Thursday. Final results showed 76% of citizens voted for the preservation of the country as a renewed federation. Vladimir Orlov told the Soviet Supreme or National Parliament. 6 of the 15 republics boycotted the vote. Oh. Well, if 6 of the 15 republics boycotted the vote, then this is kind of a non-starter, right? I would be curious as to who was allowed to vote in these polls. These weren't exactly democracies. Like, this was right after the Soviet Union fell. None of these countries were democracies. I'm a little curious as to, like, who was allowed to vote. But if 6 of the 15 republics boycotted it, I mean, you can't just, like, force the USSR. I mean, I guess that's what the USSR initially was. Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, also, in terms of population, the majority of the Soviet Union was Russia. So if we're talking percentage of citizens, but most of those citizens are for Russia, it's possible that these results really show that Russia just wants to maintain control over its, like, Warsaw Pact imperialist controlled satellite countries, and the other countries didn't really want to be controlled. Wiki article in that referendum. Yeah, this is one of those situations where a bit of reflection on... Oh! And there it is. That's quite a difference right there. Hold on. You can see the Republic... Okay. The countries that voted like 100% yes down here were all those countries. But Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania abstained. Wait, which one? Is this Azerbaijan? Guys, help me. Georgia? Okay, sorry, Georgia. Georgia and... it's rotated. It's rotated. I wasn't prepared for this. And Moldova? Gotcha. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What's the sixth one? So Moldova, Azerbaijan, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia. Armenia? Is that right here and I just can't see the line? Okay, gotcha. I mean, that's kind of an important point, right? Yeah. But even in countries that voted yes in this referendum, they later overwhelmingly supported independence. So, like, yeah, in 1991, the Ukrainian independence referendum, 92.3% supported the Declaration of Independence for Ukraine. So that's in the same year. Both of these are in 1991, one in March and then later in December. So Ukraine went from generally supporting being part of the USSR to overwhelmingly supporting independence. It's interesting. I have a feeling that a lot of this... Wait, when was this referendum held? Was it before or after the wall fell? Wait. When did USSR collapse? I mean that euphemistically, not literally. Okay, there we go. The USSR didn't officially collapse until late 1991, so this referendum on keeping the USSR together was before it fell. The results here were probably dictated more by, like, fear of change, preservation of the status quo. But even then, these countries abstained, so, yeah. Okay, sorry. A bit of a tangent there, but I'm interested in this.
Get it open. Yep. And once it's open, he can sign it and dissolve the Soviet Union himself. And this is where things got really... dramatic.
Did he actually play that?
It's time for capitalism, baby, which meant selling trillions of dollars worth of Russian assets to private companies.
Okay. Selling all these assets to private companies, but a lot of this was... Wait, who are we blaming for this? That is what happened. The implication here is that... Hold on. Post-USSR privatization. A lot of these oligarchs were formed pretty quickly. Privatization in Russia, during the Soviet Union. Okay, here we go. Voucher. August 1991 coup d'etat. Economic situation drastically worsened. Yeltsin delivered a speech that declared price controls would be lifted in 1992. Privatization took place on a wider scale in the early 1990s when the government of Russia deliberately set a goal to sell its assets to the Russian public. The new government was forced to manage the huge state enterprise sector inherited from the Soviet economy. To distribute property quickly and win over public support, the reformers decided to rely mostly on the mechanism of free voucher privatization, which was earlier implemented in Czechoslovakia. The Russian government believed that the open sale of state-owned assets, as opposed by the voucher program, would have likely resulted in the further concentration of ownership among the Russian mafia and the non-clement Shura, which they sought to avoid. Nevertheless, contrary to the government's expectations, insiders managed to acquire control over most of the assets, which remain largely dependent on government support for years to come. Okay. Because most people were not well informed about the nature of their program or were very poor, they were quick to sell their vouchers for money. Oh, man. Did they really just split all these vouchers up, like, across the population of starving people? And were like, here, now we collectively own stakes in this former government enterprise. Here you go, fucking former potato farmer. Have this share. Of course they were going to sell it. Okay. And, so I think a lot of this is our fault and a lot of this isn't. So I don't want to, like, leftists have a tendency of this American diabolistic attitude where anytime something goes wrong in the world, they exclusively focus on what America did. Now, the West absolutely made an effort to fuck over Russia with shock doctrine, blah, blah, blah. You know, that's true. However, I think a massive part of the blame here has to be laid, frankly, at the feet of the consequences of the Soviet Union's governmental decision-making. It was an autocratic country that had essentially no functioning democracy and had, like, no real plan for the effective distribution of resources and the division of state control amidst the private population. And a lot of these things are really kind of just down to the Soviets not doing a good job nation building, you know? We can't blame everything on America here. This was kind of a fucked situation to begin with. And I do believe that even if the West hadn't made an effort to rush in and capitalize on the post-Soviet economy through rapid investment and economic austerity and neoliberalization, I still believe there would have been catastrophic economic issues. Yeah, the Soviets lost the Cold War for pretty evident reasons. Anyway, I just mean to point out that this, I just don't want the narrative here to be the same as, like, what America has done to, like, Latin American democracies that we funded coups over. Like, there are degrees of involvement, and the Soviets did not do a great job here. It kind of is, Vosh. No, it's not.
But as they were sold off, all these assets wound up in the weirdest places. I mean, take 26-year-old Boris Jordan, for example, an American who worked for the bank Credit Suisse. This kid ended up owning 10% of the shares in Russia's newly privatized companies. Now, how the hell does a 26-year-old end up buying 10% of the world's biggest country? Well, it turns out this kid was shopping at Crazy Boris's bargain basement. Now, only 10 very special people were allowed to shop here. Just 10 of Boris's American and Russian friends were now the sole owners of the entire Russian economy. Not only did they get it all basically for free, but they were also...
Wait, what? I'm pretty sure the privatization didn't split the economy of Russia up 10% to 10 people. Let me get the name of this person again. Boris Jordan. Russian-American billionaire. Hold on. His net worth is 1.6 billion. Hold on. Jordan assisted Russia's economic transition to capitalism in the early 1990s. Yup. Assisted in the launch of the Russian stock market and the privatization of state assets. Worked for Bruce Gardner. And the leading investment bank was create the Russian Direct Investment Fund. He's the chairman of Curaleaf, a cannabis company. We've seen it, Dr. Harms. Sheesh. Nepotism.
Owners of the entire Russian economy. Not only did they get it all basically for free, but they were also given a really cool new nickname, oligarch. Now, things were obviously amazing for these 10 dudes, but it wasn't quite as good for the remaining 148,317,990 Russians who woke up in a country that had just sold everything it once had. Food, healthcare, wages, all the vital parts of your life that you took for granted yesterday had suddenly evaporated. Now, Boris conducted what numerous historians have called the greatest theft in world history. Hyperinflation hit 2,323% overnight. Everyone's savings were wiped out in a day. If on Tuesday you had 100 rubles in the bank, on Wednesday you've got 4. It was complete chaos. I mean, poverty grew faster than anywhere in the world at the time. Life expectancy dropped by 10 years, which has never happened to a country in peacetime. I mean, GDP fell by 50%. To put that into perspective, when Hitler invaded Russia in World War II and killed 26 million...
Wait, took for granted they didn't really have those things beforehand? No. The average Russian definitely lost out after the Soviet Union fell. The Soviet Union may have been corrupt and inefficient and a bunch of other bad things, but there were provisions that were offered by the Soviet Union that just stopped existing after the Soviet Union fell. In part due to, well, the collapse, and in part due to the economy being fucked, and in part due to massive privatization. And they all kind of like relate to each other. I mean, it all interweaves, but no, this seems fair. Yeah. Yeah, shock therapy was pretty cringe.
People, GDP only fell by 24%. This is goddamn crazy. I mean, the Americans and the oligarchs made a killing, and the only thing they had to do to, keep the money flowing was just to keep an eye on Boris and make sure he didn't drunkenly stumble in front of a bus or something. But it wasn't all smooth sailing, right? Soon enough, the democratically elected Russian parliament realized that Boris had created a humanitarian catastrophe, and they barricaded themselves in the building trying to impeach Boris and bring the country back to normal. Now, if you want to resolve this kind of delicate political situation, you need to be subtle.
Yeah, as somebody in chat just pointed out, a good example would be like rent costs, for example. Soviet rents were heavily subsidized by the government. A modest 2-room apartment would have gone for 6 to 8 rubles, like 8 to 11.30 a month, including some utilities. A 4-room apartment could be 14 to 16 rubles a month. But then when it privatized and like all those subsidies went down and it's like private landowners, well, now you have to pay like Western rent costs. That's not good. Yeah.
Yeah, calculated, and above all, very, very careful. Woo! So Boris got his tank and blew up.
Genuine question, not a tanky, but was the collapse of the USSR actually a bad thing if the result was Putin's Russia? I mean, the problem is, like, there's, like, we can lay the blame on Russia and on the West here. So, on Russia's side, I'm sorry, they're on the hook for leading a corrupt autocracy that engaged in regular political purges and, like, minority purges for 100 years, that's on them. I'm sorry. I'm not blaming America for the fucking stones that Lenin and Stalin, laid down. The problem is, like, after the Soviet Union fell, I guess the simplest thing to say is that, like, the West treated Russia the way we treat, like, third world developing nations, If Russia had just been, like, any other weak, like, Cold War era Latin American, like, great age of imperialism, African country, Southeast Asia, whatever, we could have fucked them over, taken as much as we wanted from the population, and nothing would have come from it. And that would have been miserable. That would have been morally wrong. The problem is that Russia has two things. A tremendous amount of land. B, a tremendous amount of people. Oh, and 3, nukes. They were never going to be able to be like any other situation, and we can't keep our foot in them for that long because, again, nukes. And they have oil. Yeah, well, I was including that in the land, their natural resources. We weren't able to really supplant them the way that we do with other losers in the imperial game. And again, we shouldn't be trying to supplant anyone, but we got kind of a worst case scenario here because what we tried to do was keep them underfoot, and all we got was them having a reason to resent us after losing the Cold War. It's like we didn't learn from our lesson with, like, Germany, right? After Germany lost the Second World War, we occupied them, and we genuinely did try to build West Germany up. No such effort was made with Russia. We rushed in there, and we tried our best to exploit every bit of resource that we could get from that country. We tried to rob them blind, and we put stock in their leaders that allowed us to do it. If we had worked with the Russian people to build up their country, and by build up, I don't necessarily mean having military bases on their soil the way we did with West Germany, but like really made an effort, then I think that NATO would include Russia, or NATO wouldn't exist today. I really do. Yeah. There was a time when Russia seemed like it could work, like it could sort of join the broader, like maybe not be a part of the West, but at the very least we wouldn't be like militarily tense with each other. But that time is long gone. Neoliberalization was at its apex during the early 90s, and we did like everything wrong with them. In that respect, by the way, you can like lay the blame for all of this, I think, at least partially on the just neoliberalism as a concept. Those attitudes towards world markets and the and like rapid privatization and austerity and blah blah blah, like this is what killed Russia, and our leaders did fund and enable that process.
The parliament massacred a bunch of politicians. He did such a good job that his mate Bill Clinton called him up instantly and congratulated him on his superb handling of the situation. Now, the situation didn't change much for the rest of the 90s. Russia was a poverty-stricken wasteland ruled by murderous gangsters. But In 2000, someone new would show up. I mean, he's still a murderous gangster, sure, but he was killing for different reasons. He was the anti-Boris, and he wanted all of Russia to know that he was a tough guy. He doesn't drink, his nipples look like this, and he's here to discipline the oligarchs and bring the Russian government back in control. And people were into it. I mean, like, freakishly into it. I mean, obviously you have to ignore the repression and poisoning of political opponents, the suppression of independent media, dodgy elections, creeping authoritarianism, but compared to the horrors of the 90s, Putin gave Russians a normal life. Well, normal by Russian standards. But at the end of the day, if it wasn't for the US, a dickhead like Putin would have never needed to exist.
Nothing that he's saying here is incorrect at all. This isn't like Putin dick riding or whatever. This is literally like the wave that he rode in on. We're not denying that he's a fascist or whatever. You know, he certainly is. But after like your country gets turbo fucked by austerity and by like, you know, neoliberals that have sold out to foreign capital, having a nationalist in power is like you've created the conditions, you know? Yeah, this is exactly how fascism takes hold. It's literally 101. You know, an economic crisis exacerbates internal dissident. You know, people feel lost. They lose their sense of identity. They feel a national humiliation. But wait, a strong man is coming in to purge the country of the cowards and the foreign accomplices, to get rid of the neoliberals and their inhumane economic practices, you know, to return Russia to its former glory. This is like 101 fascism stuff. I mean, it's like, this is, in a materialist sense, what happened to Russia is virtually guaranteed to produce a Vladimir Putin. If not him, someone like him. It is almost as reliable a result as the sun rising in the morning. It is just such an incredibly straightforward follow-through.
And now that Russia was recovering, Putin was getting a bit antsy that the US would be back with a vengeance. Now, once upon a time, there was like a safety buffer between the two powers, with NATO on one side and the Warsaw Pact on the other. Well, I mean, they also touch over on this side, but that doesn't matter. No one cares about a frozen wasteland like Alaska. Now, when the Warsaw Pact disbanded and Germany joined NATO, the Soviets were assured that NATO wouldn't expand further east. But
no. We understand the need for resurgences of the country of the East. We maintain a present Germany that was part of NATO. There was no extension of the force to the East. The end of the day, it's acceptable. Everyone could have a discussion 2+4 context to achieve this kind of outcome. These are transcripts from a meeting. These are not a part of the treaty. Look at the verbiage here. This is a recording of what people said. It doesn't count unless it's in the treaty. I'm sorry that sounds kind of like cringe or whatever, but like when we're talking about international politics, yeah, it does matter that it enters into the treaty. Nobody's gonna like spend decades abiding by rules that were set in a backroom meeting on like he said, she said, you know, conjecture.
you know, they did it anyway because Russia's completely backwards, and what are they going to do about it, right? But everyone from prominent foreign...
No, we did it anyway because countries asked to join NATO, and we never made that promise. We never made that official promise. There was a time when it was even considered that Russia might eventually join NATO. There was a time when this antagonism was latent, in large part because Boris Yeltsin's shock doctrine. Gorbachev himself said this is bullshit. Yeah, like even Gorbachev has acknowledged, though there are people who say there's a political reason he said this, but we know for a fact this was not put in the treaty.
Policy experts to senators, military officers, and diplomats, and even the guy who designed America's whole Cold War strategy. They all argued that expanding NATO was a tragic error of historic proportions and that it would start a war in Europe. But that didn't stop them. After years of rampaging around the world, blowing up Yugoslavia, Afghanistan, Libya, Somalia, Yemen, NATO now had their missiles 400 kilometers from the Russian.
All right. Yep. Now we're fully going for it. Nope. Countries. So telling the hundreds of millions of people in Central and Eastern Europe that they're just a buffer zone for Russia to eat up is not acceptable. Also, not all those engagements were NATO. Wait, what? Wait.
That didn't stop them. A tragic era of historical paging around the world, blowing up Yugoslavia, Afghanistan.
So, hold on. By Yugoslavia, does he mean the NATO intervention that was 10 years after the end of the Cold War? Why is he saying after Yugoslavia as though this started happening after Yugoslavia? So he's just like throwing in random shit here.
Libya, Somalia, Yemen.
Yemen? Did NATO, do we do a NATO before? What does time mean? Yeah, Yemen wasn't NATO, and I always
rampaging around the world, blowing up Yugoslavia, Afghanistan, Libya, Somalia.
Yeah, Libya was, when was Libya? Was it 14? 2011? Yeah, 2011. So, okay, yeah, this is a really, really, really stupid part right here. Just like throwing in random things that have happened, after the fact and saying like, well, then we do. Additionally, if countries want to join NATO, I think they have a right to join NATO. We're going to get the same framing here, where it's this idea that like we conquer a country with NATO membership or something like that.
Somalia, Yemen. NATO now had their missiles 400 kilometers from the Russian capital. And watching all this, Putin obviously realized that there are no rules.
No. First of all, if countries want to join NATO, they have a right to join NATO. Here, let me pull up the map. Map of NATO countries. Many of the post-Soviet countries that joined NATO did so because they feared invasion from the Soviet Union. So, the first new post-Soviet entry into NATO, the darkest blue. Why do they use such similar colors here? That's really... yeah. Okay. Were these three? We have a much larger block in the 2004 to 2009 period, but the first entry wasn't until 1999. Hold on. But Russia fought the first Chechen war back in 1994. The reason countries in the former Soviet sphere started being more interested in joining NATO is because Russia started doing some sussy stuff that they didn't like. The Soviet Union had literally spent the past, like, 70 years occupying these countries, suppressing their independence movements, killing their dissidents. It's not surprising that they would fear like a resurgence of conflict, and Transnistria and the Second Chechen War. Yeah. I don't want to get too much into everything because everything is so fractally complicated. But the idea that NATO expanding was just like America trying to get missiles closer to Moscow is not true.
It was the law of the jungle, baby.
And no, that's not true. Why would you say there are no rules because countries are willingly joining a military alliance? Because what? In one meeting that was never once committed to a treaty, they said, oh yeah, we won't expand, but it was never actually included in the treaty. And then other countries willfully decided to join with NATO, and that means there are no rules? I don't understand this.
And so, like any great jungle standoff, Putin cried and surrendered and tried to join NATO immediately. I mean, they didn't let him join, so Putin...
Why is this being framed as crying and surrendering? If Russia had joined NATO, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Do you understand that it's a good thing for nations with shared military turmoil to join the same alliance, therefore discouraging conflict? Like, what is this, a dick-waving contest? If the US joined the Warsaw Pact to be seen as weak, right, Vosh? We didn't lose the Cold War. The Soviet Union collapsed. Also, wait, Do you care about a country being seen as weak? If the road to peace was America joining the Warsaw Pact because there were some kind of alternate history, then yeah, they should do that. If that means peace, yeah.
Putin was kind of fucked. But the plus side for him was that the average Russian was terrified of NATO expansion. Every time NATO blew up a hospital or a school somewhere, Putin's approval rating went through the roof.
What do you mean, every time NATO blew up a hospital or school? If you're referring to the Yugoslavian intervention, which is where we bombed Serbia because they were doing a genocide, that was years later. This is essentially like pro-Russian nationalism right here. I have no idea why this is being framed this way.
But now, across the border in Ukraine and all over Eastern Europe, the 90s were pretty much identical. Everyone got into hard base, they started squatting, and got absolutely ransacked by oligarchs. But the main difference in Ukraine is that they never had a Putin. Ukraine was the land of 100 Borises. Now, the country was split between Russians in the east and Ukrainians in the west, and all they wanted to do was just punch each other in the head and endlessly swap between either pro-Russian or pro-Western oligarchs.
No. I don't think Ukraine had some sort of exceptional and ubiquitous disposition for foreign investment. I feel like the implication here that they're trying to make is that, like, what's happening here is Russia being right to invade because Ukraine was already completely subservient to Western interests. If that's the direction this is going to go, that's pretty bad. Also, Ukraine had a democracy. Russia didn't. They declared independence. I don't know why we're not mentioning that. And they had a democracy. Things were bad there, yeah. But, okay. Early 2000s, Ukraine wasn't a democracy, it was a corrupt hellhole. I don't know what time period we're working in right now, because he keeps jumping. He jumped forward to Libya. I don't know if we just mean immediately post, or what.
Making Ukraine the poorest country in Europe. It was an endless cycle. I mean, Yanukovych was a pro-Russian, corrupt asshole who hoarded all the country's mansions, luxury cars, and microphones, I guess. So they had a revolution to kick him out of power and replace him with the pro-Western Yushchenko.
See, now we're in... See, now when are we now?
Who ended up being so corrupt that they kicked him out and went back to Yanukovych, who they kicked out 6 years earlier.
And now we're here.
Something weird happened in 2014.
No, we're not at Maidan. Yeah, this is Maidan.
And pro-European protesters came out in Kiev to try and topple Yanukovych. And like any corrupt oligarchic government, he responded with incredible violence. These people are getting brutalized here. Surely there's someone who's strong and brave enough to defend these weak, squishy pro-European protesters and defend them from the police. Well, lucky for them, there's another group of pro-Europeans in Ukraine who came to help. In fact, they're so European that they reckon that Ukrainians and Europeans are part of some kind of master race. You see, the last time Ukraine was independent was when a big group of Europeans made it their mission to bring civilization and a new order to Eastern Europe. I think they were...
What? No? Wait, when they weren't independent back then. At all. Wait, this is complete bullshit. Like, this is just made up. First of all, the Nazis slaughtered the Ukrainians. The idea, why are we, like, posting, like, Nazi war footage like they were allies, like Ukraine was a fucking Axis power? What the hell? Contamination caused the 20th century. 19th century saw the rise of Ukrainian nationalism, a bit before the Nazis, that. Industrial Revolution, Ukraine in 1921. The Ukrainians were split between Austria-Hungary fighting for the Central Powers. The vast majority served in the Imperial Russian Army, which was part of the Triple Entente under the Russia. The Russian Empire collapsed. Conflict following the Ukrainian War for Independence. So they fought for independence after the collapse of the Russian Empire. Because a lot of complicated history stuff. Seven Polish victory. Polish people annexed the Western Ukrainian provinces. larger-scale victory for the Soviet forces, which succeeded to dislodge their main factors, and eventually established the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. The last time they were independent was a brief period after the fall of the Russian Empire, after which they were immediately gobbled up by the Soviet Union. The Nazis didn't exist yet. This is just a lie. Flat out. In Poland, the government openly propagated anti-Ukrainian sentiment, restricted rights of people who declared Ukrainian nationality, and belonged to the Eastern Orthodox Church, da-da-da-da-da. We got the Holodomor, millions of people died there. The Holocaust by bullets in Ukraine. The Holocaust in Ukraine represents the first phase of the Holocaust, in which an estimated 1.5 million Jews were shot to death at close range in ravines, open fields, and forests. Why are we listen again to the framing of this video. Like, does this not sound like he's talking about Ukraine as though it's a fucking Axis power?
Kind of master race. You see, the last time Ukraine was independent was when a big group of Europeans made it their mission to bring civilization and a new order to Eastern Europe. I think they were called Nazis.
No. They were independent after the Russian Empire fell for all of 3 seconds. But yes, then Ukraine got invaded by the Nazis. As enemies. They were enemies. And the Nazis killed millions of Ukrainians.
Or something. And some Ukrainians were so thankful for their independence that they celebrated by killing hundreds of thousands of Jews, Poles, Gypsies, and Russians. And then the Europeans said bye-bye and continued their journey eastwards through Russia.
What the fuck is this framing, dude? Would anyone say this about, like, Poland or France, like, created Nazis in Poland or France? They were invaded by the Nazis, and the Nazis, yes, worked with sympathetic locals, which happens any time the Nazis occupied any place, because any place, if push comes to shove, is going to have people who will work with their occupiers. This is a fact of history, no matter the ideology of the people involved. But like, so if the actual statement being made here is that Nazis invaded Ukraine, and as a product, there are ideological descendants of the Nazis in Ukraine, because there were people who worked with the regime and Nazi soldiers who stayed there afterwards, and there have always been far-right people in Ukraine, which is the case in every country everywhere, who just were emboldened by the presence of the Nazis. That would be the case. But I don't know why he's lying about the independence movement or the time during which they were independent, or framing it as though they were a national ally of the Nazis. I think he's trying to frame this a free state. The Reichskommissariat Ukraine was the civilian occupation regime much of Nazi German occupied Ukraine. Yeah, but did this not happen in most every country that was occupied by Nazis? Like, if we went through all the countries that were occupied by the Nazis, they also would have formed local, like, yeah, that's what you do when you occupy. Is this independent Ukraine? Is he framing this as independent Ukraine? Well, the last time they were independent was when they were conquered by the Nazis. Okay.
Where they killed another 26 million Russians. Anyway, they're alive, celebrated by killing hundreds of thousands of Jews, Poles, Gypsies, and Russians. And then the Europeans said bye-bye and continued their journey eastwards through Russia, where they killed another 26 million Russians. Anyway,
it's just so weird to me that he's framing the Holocaust in Ukraine as done by Ukrainians against their own, rather than by the occupying Nazi regime. Like, I've never heard somebody phrase it like that before. The Nazis invaded, and then Ukrainians killed 1.5 million of their own. I've never heard somebody phrase it like that before. That's like borderline Holocaust denialism right there. Like, obviously, occupational governments are going to pull people from the local territory, but that it's the Nazi occupation. It's the Nazis. Like, yeah, collaborationism is a fact of the world. It's just it's something that happens.
There are a lot of tough boys in 2014 that were very proud of this history. I think they were called, like, neo-Nazis or something. And while the regular pro-democracy protesters were squeamish and unprepared to fight, these boys had been training for this their whole lives. And things went from 0 to 100 real quick. Kiev became a war zone.
No. The escalation took place because of Yanukovych. That's the name of the guy, right? It's really difficult for me to keep in mind all of these names. Yanukovych, the guy who got ousted. He was the one who escalated tensions against the protesters, and Putin himself, because Yanukovych was a puppet of Putin. Yanukovych escalated tensions at the request of Putin to try to crack down on the pro-democracy protesters. The far-right nationalist Ukrainians were always a presence in the protest movements, but there's no reason to believe they were a colossal presence, like, at all. There's just no reason to believe that. No evidence that I've seen has indicated that. Like, I keep seeing these articles about, like, far-right at the Euromaidan protests, and it's like, yeah, they were there. A lot of people were there. Like, does Ukraine have a far-right nationalist movement? Yeah. Find me a country in Eastern Europe that doesn't. Like, yeah, we understand this about ISIS, don't we? We understand this about Hamas. If a country is occupied and terrorized by war, they are going to have far-right militancy movements. That happens everywhere. There's nothing unique about Ukraine's far-right movement. Often, far-right nationalism in Ukraine is associated with the Nazis because the Nazis were the most recent group, prior to the fall of the Soviet Union, to fight against Soviet occupation. So when people dislike Soviet or post-Soviet Russian occupation, the Nazis are an icon, like the Bandera, who collaborated with the Nazis because he hated the Soviets so fucking much. But this isn't a product of some, like, uniquely Nazi movement. This is very simple socioeconomics. Ubiquitous in the region, but for some reason people keep hyper-fixating on in a bad faith effort to pose Ukraine as some kind of uniquely Nazi-like country.
You know, coups and revolutions aren't just about horrible violence. Sometimes they're about the friends you make along the way. Friends like Vitaly Klitschko. He was one of the original protest leaders, a professional boxer and professional twin. He tried to calm down these new violent radicals, but they KO'd him in one round. He was now being eclipsed by a new string of leaders. Leaders like Oleg Tyakhniok. Now, this is a guy who liked to rant about exterminating Jews and Russians, and he barely even finished a Sieg Heil with his right hand before John McCain swooped in and shook it. American politicians were now swarming all over Ukraine, ready to fund and support the invigorated far right, which was about to overwhelm the government and force Yanukovych to flee the country.
No. The far right was not the force that prompted the ousting of Yanukovych, the broader protesting in Euromaidan. You can see videos of the protests. It's not like it's like 20 Nazi dudes or whatever. The government, or the Yanukovych was insanely corrupt, and the people of Ukraine ousted him because he'd gone against the will of the people and had an exclusive economic deal with Russia put forward. The idea that this was just like them running the show is just not the case. It was a popular uprising. Additionally, the West did not swoop in to assist the far right. I still haven't seen any evidence with that. I mean, does America have far-right politicians who get along with far-right leaders in other countries? Absolutely. But I don't think there's any reason to believe that the West, like, uniquely backed. The West wouldn't even necessarily want to back the far right here because the far right here were nationalists. The Americans want to work with the kinds of people who will get along with us. And most of the far right in Ukraine backed Putin and vice versa because Putin is a fascist. And Yanukovych was a fascist sympathizer. And the government under Yanukovych and the people more aligned with Russia were more ideologically far right than the opponents to that regime.
Now, the EU started freaking out. They saw the pro-democracy liberals were losing control to the neo-Nazis. And
no, literally just factually incorrect. Not even remotely true. As we're going to see from the election results following the Euromaidan protests, at no point was the far right even remotely close to controlling the narrative, or controlling like the political movement in Euromaidan. It's completely dishonest, like 100%.
And they pushed for a compromise that would leave Yanukovych in power, but it was too late. Now, the Americans were in charge, and they said, fuck the EU, we're going to back the Nazis.
Again, literally not just true at all. The United States and Europe broadly were in favor of the Euromaidan protests. They did not swoop in there to, like, specifically try to push the Nazis into power. And I know that because if there was evidence of that, I already would have seen it in the 58 debates I've had with people like this.
That's literally what they said.
Show me.
Fuck the EU.
See, now this is a leaked phone call between the US Assistant Secretary
Oh God, this phone call. Okay.
of State and the US Ambassador to Ukraine, and they're planning out who they should put in charge of the new Ukrainian government.
I think Yats is the guy who's got the economic experience, the governing experience.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. Okay.
Now, this phone call was bad news for poor old Klitschko. You know,
You might notice nowhere in the recording provided did it indicate they were choosing who to put in power, only who they liked. All they just showed from that phone call was them going like, oh, I think this guy knows this. It's just an opinion sharing. This is one of those tanky propaganda pieces. It's like a leaked phone call where you have two government officials who are talking about a current issue and they sound like they know some stuff, and people just fucking rolled with it and they were like, oh, they know something about a thing that's happening. They have opinions on a thing that is part of their job. They must be like smoking a cigarette and like aiming the scopes up to like shoot the next leader to determine who gets in charge, you know? Also, that Yats guy was a generic neo-lib. They're literally just talking about, like, who would be in charge next.
first he gets beaten up, then the Americans don't even let him in the government.
So I don't think Cleach should go into the government. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's a good idea.
And what do you know? Everyone they decided on in that phone call ended up magically being in charge of Ukraine.
Wow. Well, the person who took over Ukraine afterwards was literally the opposition leader and the only person who had any credible right to be interim leader. That's, yeah, the person who followed up after the removal of Yanukovych was just the opposition leader, and then there was an election that took place several months after, and he just stepped down to, you know.
With neo-Nazis holding numerous government positions.
Uh-huh. Neo-Nazis did hold a few government positions until the election came around just a few months afterwards, where the far right was fucking decimated. By the way, if we're counting by fascists, having 3 people in like broader government positions, America has fascists everywhere. We're trying to frame this like this is some kind of key Nazi takeover, because Secretary of Defense, Prosecutor General, and Deputy Prime Minister were far-right guys for the few months we had an interim government before there was another set of elections. And, hey, who'd have thunk it? The left-leaning side won.
And the new government didn't waste any time. They got rid of Russian as an official language, started resurrecting all the old Nazi symbols and praising...
What the fuck? Hold on. This guy, this guy getting paid for this shit? Jesus Christ. Hold on. The Ukrainian parliament, when they had their proper election, is just... The far right just does not have a presence here. So, okay, yeah, there's so much misinfo here. First of all, Last Wish is correct. The language bill was exclusively that service workers and teachers were required to greet people in Ukrainian, and people could still choose to speak Russian if they wanted. After the Russian puppet, Yanukovych, got ousted, there was an effort to de-Russify the country because they were still being controlled effectively by Russia in a number of ways. And one of this was through a revitalization of Ukrainian nationalism. But that nationalism did not take a far-right character. It was an anti-Russian character. A lot of this is compounded by the fact that, I don't know if he's gonna bring this up, but Russia is about to fucking annex Crimea. So when did that language bill get passed? Ukraine language law. When was that passed? 2019? Oh, hello, Lonerbox. Well, Crimea got annexed in 2014. So the idea, like, the framing in this video is so fucking dishonest. There are a lot of Ukrainian nationalist icons and symbols that are associated with the Bandera Nazi Alliance fascist type deal. But like, to be fair, Germany still uses the Iron Cross in its in a number of its symbols, even though it was like used during the Nazi time and has associations with that regime, you know? If a country has a history of Nazi control and occupation, there are going to be parts of its iconography and its culture that are wrapped up in that history. But if you're going to make the argument that Ukraine is like Nazified, then how do you reconcile that with the fact that the far right got bodied in the 2014 election? Like, how do you reconcile that with the fact that Zelensky is like Ukraine is the first country to have a Jewish prime minister and president, that their country is uniquely anti-Semitic in the region? The fact that how do you reconcile all that? Yes, Lonerbox has a video on the language law. This is massively overstated. Sorry, uniquely not anti-Semitic. Uniquely anti-Semitic. I misspoke.
Ukraine's World War II fascist government. Now, if you want to scare the thing, all the old Nazi symbols and praising Ukraine's World War II fascist government.
I'm sorry, when the fuck did the post-Yanukovych Ukrainian government start praising Bandera's government? Is there like an official law that we're referring to here? I mean, I see a guy doing a Sieg Heil. You can find people doing this in like any country on earth. What is the argument being made here?
Now, if you want to scare the shit out of an ethnic minority, this is how you do it, right? All over Russian-speaking Eastern Ukraine, people went wild. It turns out they were scared of Nazis and they wanted out of Ukraine.
Holy shit! They weren't scared of Nazis. They were more politically associated with Russia, which was to their east. And because Russian influence had just been expelled from the country in the form of Euromaidan pushing Yanukovych out, they were concerned that that would lead to a disempowerment of the political forces that they were more in line with. That's it. No, this is... I didn't realize the video would be this bad. This is insanely bad. This is worse than a lot of Jimmy Dore videos.
And they were ready to fight for it. So Putin obviously jumped on this immediately. He was...
No, he didn't. He created the set. He didn't... Them fighting for it was him engaging in a proxy war in East Ukraine, in the Donbass. He annexed Crimea.
Was ready to break some rules, American style. He blatantly annexed Crimea, but he had different plans for the eastern country. He pumped them full of Russian weapons and training. They got guns and tanks and guns for their tanks and guns for their guns, plunging Ukraine into an unwinnable civil war. Putin wanted to keep this war going until the new government collapsed. But now was the time for the neo-Nazis to shine even brighter. The new government was desperate to subdue the Russian-backed separatists, and no one is willing to kill and die more than fundamentalist, radical neo-Nazis. Now, it's obviously a bit weird.
What? They were fighting a civil war. What do we...
To focus on neo-Nazis in Ukraine, because every country has neo-Nazis, right? We've got neo-Nazis here in Australia. And just like in Ukraine, they're a tiny, fringe minority. But in Australia, we at least like to pretend that there aren't any neo-Nazis in our armed forces. But Ukraine is the only country in the world that openly has full-blown neo-Nazi formations in its military. Like Azov Battalion, for example, whose leader, Andriy Beletsky, is known for saying all this cute stuff like, "It's Ukraine's mission to lead the white races of the world in a final crusade against the Semite-led inferior races."
So first of all, no. There are other governments that have military detachments that are directly associated with, or themselves, Nazis, like the Wagner Group from Russia. Secondly, they were not a military detachment. The Azov Battalion was a militia that was formed in East Ukraine as a result of the constant fighting that was being brought about by Russian-backed separatist forces. Ukraine was so broke, they were so fucking poor, that they started deputizing local militia groups as a way of trying to get the separatists out. Now, you can argue that's bad, but functionally, Ukraine was getting invaded. They already had far-right militia groups, and they were like, you know what, fuck it, sure, go forth, yeah, go keep this country from being invaded by Russia. You can argue the logistics on that. I will say, however, that I would have done the exact same thing. If my country was being bullied and invaded by a massively militarily superior one, and I had Nazis around who are willing to go die and, coincidentally, keep my country safe, yeah, I would go throw them at the conflict. I'm perfectly okay with having Nazis thrown into conflict. I think that's wonderful, because two things can happen. Russians can die, or Nazis can die. In either case, fine. If I'm going to have, Nazis in my country, I would rather have them be thrown into the meat grinder than affecting local politics.
Now, he rounds up a bunch of Nazi football hooligans and arms them using oligarch money, and then his battalion, along with many others, is formally...
Using oligarch money? He's a government official. It's the government. It's government money. Yeah, what is this framing? It's they raise it via taxes. What do you mean? Are we going to mention Zelensky being Jewish?
Incorporated into the Ukrainian army. I mean, that's like instead of sending the Marines to fight in Afghanistan, you send the KKK.
Except, in Afghanistan, we invaded another country on the opposite side of the world. In this case, their country was being invaded, and the Nazi militia group already existed. So, it's actually not even remotely comparable. However, if the glorious United States of America was in fact invaded by those despotic Chinese hordes, and our country was being slaughtered and overtaken, and a bunch of KKK-esque militia types wanted to fight anyway, Godspeed. Go die or kill. I don't care which. Yeah, wait, is this an option? Can we go send the Ku Klux Klan to go die in the front lines? I didn't know that was an option. That's awesome.
Now, these guys were sent east to go fight the separatists, and the US loved it. They were trained.
By the way, you should know the reason why this guy is using a carefully cultivated selection of images and videos to explain the Azov Battalion, rather than any kind of numbers, is because there have never been that many of them, like, at all. The way he's leaving it ambiguous because, he wants you to think like, oh yeah, well, a third of Ukraine's military is actually an official Nazi brigade. There have been, depending on the time and definition, because there were also non-Nazis in the Azov Battalion, once they got deputized as part of the, regional defense force, if other people get roped in, they're not all part of the divisions that are openly Nazi-aligned, but depending on who you ask and when you ask, it can be like 600 to a few thousand people. Right now, Ukraine has hundreds of thousands of soldiers. At the time that Crimea was annexed, they had far, far, far fewer. Most of their military might was concentrated in those fucking militia groups that hated the Russians so much. Al Jazeera estimates the number of explicit Nazis in Azov to be around 900. 900? Guys, this is like a fraction of the people who showed up to fucking January 6th. Like, if you had a QAnon convention, and there have been QAnon conventions, you'll get more people than this. The idea that, like, Ukraine has bent the knee to the Nazi regime when it ousted the entire far right from its government is led by a Jew, and it's just got this little, like, incorporated militia that it threw at Mariupol and has probably been cut in half by this point. Like, it's such dishonest framing. Yeah, guys, for comparison's sake, there are more than 6,000 people in this live stream. So, if we took, like, 1/7 of the people watching, of the viewers of this live stream, congratulations. Go to a D live stream with 900 viewers, and you have now found what this YouTuber is using to paint all of Ukraine as a Nazi-bent country.
Sending them crazy amounts of money and weapons, and just like when the US trained and funded far-right extremists to fight the Russians in the 80s and turned Afghanistan into a mecca for global jihadis, the Ukraine war became the hip place to be for the global far-right looking for military experience to use to terrorize people back home. But that's more or less a
Neo-Nazi terror group, the base linked to war in Ukraine, fighting Russia in Ukraine, sadly appears to racist far-right extremists. Wait, what are these articles even saying?
For global jihadis, the Ukraine war became the Russians in the 80s and turned Afghanistan into a mecca for global jihadis. The Ukraine war.
The Nazis are exploiting Russia's Ukraine for their own purposes. Not since ISIS have we seen a flurry of recruitment activity. What are the specific claims being made here?
War became the hit place to be for the global fight.
Neo-Nazi terror. The funny thing is that internationally, far-right people around the world side with Russia in this conflict. So, neo-Nazi terror group, the base link to the war in Ukraine. 20-year-old American went from inside neo-Nazis group's secret chat room to traveling to Ukraine to look for war. Good. Wait, so they die fighting Russians? What is the issue here? A lot of the far-right people come from Russia too. Extremists fight on both sides. Note how he's using articles from 2014 as well. It's so hard to see because he has the transparency and contrast set so high. Yeah, it doesn't even specify whether, like, which side of the conflict they're on. Like, there have been no far-right extremists who fight in favor of Russia.
Far-right, looking for military experience to use to terrorize people back home. But that's more or less irrelevant. The real victims here are the people of Ukraine. They're caught in a bloodthirsty tug of war between the US and Russia.
No, they're not, because the United States isn't tugging. All you've described here is their territory being annexed by Russia, and then Russia funding a civil war in their territory. What the fuck are we doing?
Tens of thousands of people dying and terrorized into fleeing their homes.
By Russia. From invading. Russia's invasion. Yeah, that is what is producing the people dying and fleeing their homes. People weren't dying and fleeing their homes, and then Russia invaded, and now they are.
But then, a miracle happened. A comedian called Volodymyr Zelensky stars in a sitcom about a high school teacher fed up with corruption who unexpectedly becomes president of Ukraine. And then the comedian playing the president of Ukraine unexpectedly becomes president of Ukraine. Yeah, Zelensky, a Jewish man, the peace candidate promising to end the war, won with a landslide 73%, while the far right got smashed with only 2%, sucked shit. Everyone from east to west was cheering for the new guy. The Nazis were pissed, you know, once upon a
Okay.
time they were untouchable, right? And now when the far right battalions refused to do a ceasefire, suddenly there was this Jewish dude, the president, on the front lines getting up in their grill.
Я президент этой страны. Мне 42. Я ж не лох, я тебе пришел и сказал. Оружие.
Now, if there's one thing Nazis hate, it's Jews taking away their weapons. But unfortunately, as hard as Zelensky tried, they'd just break the ceasefires anyway. He was never in full control of his own country.
No. The Russians broke the the Russians continuously broke the ceasefires. Russia did that. What the fuck is this framing, dude? The Jewish president couldn't control his Nazi military, so they kept breaking the agreement. Minsk 1 and 2 were both broke by Russia. Russia never, at any point, committed to a ceasefire. They were flagrantly dishonest at every single point. They like, no effort was made at all. Putin lied.
The Americans and the Russians were, and they didn't give a shit. They were just using Ukraine to fight each other.
No, they weren't. America hadn't done anything. We weren't fighting Russia. We sanctioned Russia after the Crimea incident, you know. We weren't fighting them. This wasn't a proxy war. Everything, it's the fucking leftists with their American exceptionalism. Not everything is a proxy war with America. Sometimes things are just the fault of other countries. If you really want to frame it like, well, actually, every conflict ever is a proxy war with America because we represent global capital, then proxy war doesn't have any meaning. Then it doesn't mean anything. Like, it's a proxy war because on one hand, you have Russia invading and annexing territory, and on the other hand, America, like, doesn't want them to? What? Okay?
The United States aids Ukraine and her people so that we can fight Russia over there and we don't have to fight Russia here.
I mean, they were also using Ukraine to make lots and lots of money for their buddies.
Hold on, real quick.
The United States aids Ukraine and her people so that we can fight Russia over there and we don't have to fight Russia here.
What aid is he referring to? And additionally, just because this is said, for one, no context this clip. Second of all, this doesn't imply a proxy war. If Russia is an invading force, Ukraine holding the line prevents war with Russia, even if it's not a proxy war.
I mean, they were also using Ukraine to make lots and lots of money for their buddies. I mean, like Hunter Biden, right? He's Biden's son, and he's also America's best-looking crack addict. You know, with absolutely zero experience, he was given $1 million a year to sit on the board of a Ukrainian gas company. And when Ukraine's top prosecutor started investigating the company for corruption, Biden withheld U.S. aid until they fired the prosecutor.
Okay.
Is this guy a conservative? What channel am I looking at right now? Oh god, these are such old memes, dude. I don't remember all the talking points around this. This is literally like a far-right conspiracy. I heard about this from Tim Pool. No. The investigator who got ousted was condemned and sanctioned by like everyone in the EU. He was hated for being an enormously corrupt investigator. The prosecutor that literally refused to investigate the company. Yeah, that clip was from Trump's impeachment, was it? I don't know why you just linked me an infinity-length document. Suddenly went from tanky to Glenn Greenwald. Yeah, hold on. The Biden-Ukraine conspiracy theory. It has its own Wikipedia page. It's a series of unconfirmed claims centered on the false allegation that while Biden was vice president of the United States, he engaged in corrupt activities relating to the employment of his son, Hunter Biden. They were spread primarily in an attempt to damage Joe Biden's reputation during the 2020 presidential campaign. Seriously? U.S. intel analysis released in 2021 found the proxy of Russian intelligence promoted, laundered, misleading, or unsubstantiated narratives about Biden, literally like repeating Russian misinfo. To U.S. media organizations, U.S. officials, and prominent U.S. individuals, including some close to former President Trump and his administration. The New York Times reported in May 2021 that a federal criminal investigation was examining a possible role by current and former Ukrainian officials, including whether they used former Trump's Rudy Giuliani, who's the subject of a separate federal investigation to spread unsubstantiated claims. The conspiracy theory alleges then VP Biden withheld loan guarantees to pressure Ukraine into firing a prosecutor to prevent a corruption investigation into Burisma and to protect his son. The U.S. did withhold aid to pressure Ukraine into removing the prosecutor in accord with the official and bipartisan policy of the federal government of the United States. The U.S. government, along with the EU, World Bank, and IMF, believe the prosecutor to be corrupt and inefficient and too lenient in investigating companies and oligarchs, including Burisma and its owner. A 2018 video showed Biden taking credit for withholding the loan guarantees to have the prosecutor fired, acting to implement bipartisan U.S. policy rather than for the reason the conspiracy theory alleges. So it's literally just everyone put pressure on having this guy fired because he was corrupt and wouldn't look into corrupt companies. But that's it. Yeah, you can that's the guy that was shown the video.
Guys, I'm leaving in 6 hours. If the prosecutor's not fired, you're not getting the money. Oh, son of a bitch. Got fired.
Trump did exactly the same thing.
I can't believe the Vice President of the United States also got the World Bank and the IMF and the European Union and the United States federal government to all put pressure on a guy who was already corrupt in a context that did not even lead to the exoneration of his son.
You know, everyone was just taking turns just milking Ukraine, just milking it good. Oof.
What the fuck is this? Why?
Ooh.
Why?
Anyway, Zelensky's approval rating was plummeting, right? And he realized if you can't stop the war, you've got to join the war, right? And he got his opportunity as soon as Biden was elected president.
Oh, no.
Suddenly, Zelensky did a complete backflip. He went full Putin. He arrested the head of the opposition who had just overtaken him in the polls. He shut down opposition TV channels and most importantly, began talks for NATO membership. Now, Putin was absolutely furious.
What is the timeline on these things? Didn't the arrest of the opposition leader happen after something else happened? From tanky to QAnon? Yeah, hold on. Hold on. Court in Ukraine declines request to arrest former president. Feud between Petro Poroshenko. This guy. Criminal case. On the 20th of December, Poroshenko was accused of state treason, aiding terrorist organizations, and financing terrorism due to an allegedly organized the purchase of coal from separatist-controlled areas of Ukraine, along with pro-Russian politician Viktor Medvedchuk. If convicted, he faced up to 15 years in prison. Poroshenko denied the allegations, called them fabricated and politically motivated. On the 6th of January, a Ukrainian court seized Poroshenko's property. On the 15th of January, Poroshenko announced via a video message on Facebook, "I am returning to Ukraine on a flight from Warsaw to defend Ukraine from Russian aggression, despite the case against him." Following his return to Ukraine, the prosecutor's office asked the court to either reprimand him in pretrial detention for 2 months or oblige him to pay a bill of 37 million USD or an electronic basement, remain in Kiev, and hand over his passport. The court chose a third option, personal commitment, which is less strict than house arrest and doesn't involve paying bail. According to this commitment, Poroshenko has submitted his passport to the authorities, not leave Kiev or the Kiev Oblast without first receiving permission, inform the authorities of his place of employment or residence change. So, he was arrested on charges. Is that who we're referring to? Or are we referring to this arrest of an opponent, Viktor Medvedchuk, who is a Ukrainian lawyer, business oligarch, and politician, People's Deputy of Ukraine 2019. He served as the chairman of the pro-Russian political organization Ukrainian Choice. He is an opponent of Ukraine joining the EU. And what was he charged with? Terrorism criminal case. Financing of terrorism. Oh, this is the same guy. So it was these two. So this guy was arrested on suspicion of terrorism through selling resources obtained in the contested area of the Donbass region, and this guy later got implemented in the same situation later. Okay, I mean that's a far cry from Zelensky had them arrested. I mean Zelensky had them arrested kind of makes him sound like Putin, like he can unilaterally do that, as opposed to him being the president in a democracy. From the article, Medvedchuk is also charged with allegedly disclosing secret data on the deployment of Ukrainian military units last year. Damn, that sounds like a pretty legitimate charge.
And most importantly, began talks for NATO membership. Now, Putin was absolutely furious.
Sorry, he mentioned one other thing I hear that I think is wrong.
He arrested the head of the opposition who had just overtaken him in the polls. He shut down opposition TV channels. And most importantly,
so again,
he arrested the head of the opposition who had just overtaken him in the polls.
No mention of why. No saying that it was an investigation being done. Just he unilaterally, and it must have been because of the polls. Like, this is being framed as a propagandist would. Right here. This is just flagrant dishonesty. The information is being presented in half-truths, with information deliberately omitted to present a specific narrative. This is being done deliberately. This is not just a mistake. This is crafted.
He shut down opposition TV channels and most importantly began talks for NATO membership.
Ukraine has been vying for NATO membership for decades. It was not just under Zelensky. The opposition TV channels were spouting literal pro-Russian propaganda. That's why they were banned. Yeah, considering the fact that Russia was in the process of funding a civil war in their country, the idea of, like, shooting down media that was just being meant to propagandize for the opposition seems reasonable. Imagine being in France in, like, 1939. Imagine, like, Nazi Germany invading, and there are Nazi sympathizers in your country broadcasting Nazi propaganda, and the French government shuts it down, and people are like, how could you do that? That's so authoritarian of you. Yeah, they started looking into NATO membership the year after they declared independence.
Now, Putin was absolutely furious. It used to just be because Putin was shit at piano, while Zelensky could do this.
Fair.
Now, Putin's dick was obviously too small to play piano, so to compensate, Russia starts building up troops on the border and sends out a draft treaty. It said that Ukraine needs to have guaranteed neutrality and that NATO removes its missiles and battle groups from Eastern Europe, and Zelensky never plays piano ever again. Now, this standoff lasted for about a year, and the US spent that year doing what you'd imagine someone would do if they wanted Russia to invade Ukraine. First off, they refused to negotiate.
There are some...
Why would we... Oh my god. Why would... First of all, no, we don't want them to invade Ukraine. Second of all, we're not going to negotiate with... Russia wanted NATO to retreat back to its post-Cold War borders. We're not going to negotiate with a country that's mid-invasion of Ukraine saying, okay, well, we'll get along now. You just have to renege on your military treaties with like 13 countries. What? I think he's talking about the whole not letting them in NATO thing. Why would we let Russia decide for us which countries are allowed to be in our military alliances? Doesn't the whole reason NATO exists is because Russia is a military threat. Why would we let the enemy of NATO decide for us which countries should be allowed to apply for NATO? That is insane. We didn't let Ukraine into NATO because it's the policy of NATO to not let countries in when they're undergoing internal conflict. And there are other categories they have to meet as well. But since 2014, Russia has been funding an internal conflict, preventing them from joining NATO. We can't let them into NATO until that's addressed.
Very obvious non-starters and things that the Russians have put on the table.
But
your military alliance, not a proxy war, though? No! It's not a proxy war to let countries that are threatened by their neighbors into a military alliance. That's not the definition of a proxy war. A proxy war is when two countries are fighting through another country. Like, they're both committing to that. That, like, one side funds one group of rebels and the other side funds the government. That's not the case. Ukraine is an autonomous agent. It's not a proxy war if you're just an ally with the country that's being invaded. That's not what proxy war means. And if that's the case, like, we aren't like, it's not America and Russia are deciding the fate of Ukraine. It's Russia invading Ukraine, the sovereign country with whom we are allies. If that's the case, if that meets the definition of a proxy war, every country fighting every other country is a proxy war, because all countries have allies who will want their allies to succeed in military conflicts. You might as well say that, like, the invasion of Poland was a proxy war between England and Germany because England didn't want Germany to invade Poland. Like, what does proxy war even mean then if it includes just being allies with a country that's under attack?
Simultaneously, the US kept reminding Russia that if they did invade, the US wouldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, obviously we're not going to commit to sending troops to fight with a nuclear power over a country that's not in NATO. Yeah, obviously. Why would you want us to? Would you want America to be like, yeah, Ukraine isn't in our military alliance, but we're still willing to threaten to end the world over direct conflict over it? Why would we do that?
Not send American servicemen to fight in Ukraine.
So it became this game of chicken where both sides are flying at each other and Ukraine is just stuck in...
We're not flying! You're not even describing the United States doing anything. In what way are we flying? You're showing clips of American politicians saying, yeah, we're not going to do anything. How is that flying? What does that mean? In what way? What does that mean?
In the middle. And then Russia proved to be the bigger maniac and actually invaded their neighbor.
So what was, if we had won the game of chicken, would we have invaded Ukraine? What is the implication here? Also, how exactly were we encouraging them to invade Ukraine when, and here's something that he's conveniently left out of the video. Guys, approximately how many times did Biden threaten sanctions on Russia if they invaded? Can you count on one hand? Can you count on two hands? No, you can't, because it happened a lot. But we're not going to mention that because we're trying to promote the narrative that that America actually wanted Russia to invade for some reason, despite it only being bad for us. It certainly is not just a proxy war. This is Russia's fault, but it is a proxy war between Russia and the West. You can't deny that. Yeah, I can. A proxy war is not there is a country you hope doesn't lose to an enemy. That's not what a proxy war is. Again, if that's the case, then the term proxy war would encompass virtually all conflicts between all countries, because almost every country has allies that will wish for their success against other countries. A proxy war is an armed conflict between two states or non-state actors, one or both of which, at the instigation or on behalf of other parties that are not directly involved. So it's not one. America did not instigate the conflict, and Ukraine isn't fighting on our behalf. They're fighting for their own sake. It's not like the Ukrainian military is some kind of like de facto American militia group that's fighting to protect our business interests. It's its own country. It does not meet the definition of a proxy war. Is Russia and America fighting a proxy war in Syria? Yes. Yeah, that would be a much, much, much cleaner example. In large part because Russia supports Syria as a direct counter of American interests. People argue that Rojava would count on our side, but I don't really think that it is because they're not fighting on our behalf. But there are groups there that kind of sort of that's way more so. Russia fits the criteria there though. Vietnam is an example, yes. 100%. You could argue that the invasion of the Donbass in 2014 was a proxy war. In fact, it was, because in that case, the Russian separatists were a separate entity fighting on behalf of Russia. But now that it's direct conflict between Ukraine and Russia, they're both fighting for their own interests here.
With Russians smashing Ukraine, millions of people fleeing and thousands of civilians dying, a furious Zelensky comes out and reveals that the West was never even going to let him into NATO anyway. But
the West has been denying Ukraine entrance into NATO for 30 years. This was not new information. This wasn't a twist. That was always known. NATO has a very specific policy on not allowing nations entrance if they're undergoing a civil conflict. They are. This isn't news. Dude, I want to talk to this fucking guy. I didn't realize the video would be this bad. When I got the email telling me to go over this video, I thought it would just be like your standard dumbfuck lefty NATO aggression posturing, not this borderline RT propaganda shit.
But they made him pretend that he was going to.
What? Wait, what? What?
And the response was very clear. You're not going to be a NATO or EU member, but publicly, the doors will remain open.
The whole thing.
Yeah. That's been our open policy for decades. The door remains open, but you're not going to be a NATO member because you have an internal conflict. That's not we've been saying this for decades. That is not new. That's been our line for decades.
Was a setup and Zelensky got used.
It was not a setup. This has been Zelensky was 12 when we first announced this. The open door policy on Ukraine's entrance into NATO, but you can't join yet, has been the case since Zelensky wasn't old enough to drink. This is not new.
In the bloody tug of war between East and West. And now thousands of Ukrainians and Russians are dying, and there's a brand new war in Europe. If only there was someone who could have predicted this, someone with the power to stop it.
I mean, Putin could have not invaded. Yeah, maybe.
And if there was ever anything that was going to tip the
and here we go. Now we're bringing it back around to being America's fault.
Balance were it to be tipped. In terms of
this really is expertly produced propaganda. It is objectively, empirically dishonest. It is willfully negligent with the misinfo. It omits inconvenient information. It puts everything together in a nice little video, like audio video package that's easy to digest, but doesn't really like invite much scrutiny because it never gives specifics. This is just like propaganda. Yeah.
A vigorous and hostile reaction in Russia. It would be that.
Guys, is it possible that over the course of 25 years, people's positions on geopolitical issues might change? Flagrant hypocrisy abound. Biden once said a thing, but now he's saying a different thing, and it's only been a quarter of a century. We have a 5-second clip from back when VHS tapes were the most advanced technology on the planet. Therefore, what, you're not even going to suggest anything? If Ukraine isn't in NATO, even if NATO had never moved eastward, in all likelihood, Russia would have invaded Ukraine way earlier than they did now. Russia has been trying to exert control over Ukraine for a long time. That was the whole Euromaidan thing. The Yanukovych, the guy they ousted, was a stooge to Putin. And he had been present in politics for years beforehand. Russia was trying to control Ukraine through like a political stooge, and when the country ousted him, he immediately responded by conquering Crimea and instigating a civil war in the east. There was no timeline where Putin would have allowed Ukraine to live and let live. Everything that's happened over the past decade and a half has been a clear indicator that they would never have accepted truly independent Ukraine.
Wow, that was a good video.
Nah, it wasn't. Also, stop picking your nose. This is a very bad video. See, this guy gets it. To be fair, the image of sending the Ku Klux Klan to Afghanistan, not with any actual armaments, just sending them to be slaughtered by the thousands by the Taliban is pretty hilarious. That's what I'm saying! Yeah! During the siege of Mariupol, where it was fucking Chechen Nazis on one side and Ukrainian Nazis on the other, there's literally no bad outcome, dude. Every casualty is cause for celebration. It's great. What is this other one? I can't keep doing this, man. We went to North Korea to get a haircut. Somebody said this was North Korean propaganda.
North Korea, the most dangerous country in the world. Infamous for its bizarre and brutal regime, run by a crazy dictator who won't let anyone in or out. But these guys, they just want a haircut.
Is this going to be an actual propaganda video, or is it maybe going to be them being like, hey, a lot of the poverty here is because of America or whatever? This seems like it's more of a set-piece video, not like a collection of arguments. I don't know if I want to go over this one.
Form of self-expression.
Exactly.
You know, take away individuality, really. You know,
I would not get the same haircut just because someone else is doing it.
Not in Australia. No. It's too developed.
No, it's impossible for me.
How did you decide to grow your beautiful, long, luscious hair?
Thanks. Yeah, I don't know.
It's actually my advice. Yeah. People should have the right to just look the way they want to look.
There he was. A one.
Okay, yeah, okay. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna read donos, then we'll do the Keffals thing, then I'm dipping. I'm dipping. Dip, dip. Dip, dip, dip. Big Cheese Wheel, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I love you. Jonathan Galante, with the $30, thank you very, very much. Eni and I Lizzie with the tier 1 subs, thank you very, very much. Inuwaku, thank you for the $5, really kind of you. Udash, thank you for the tier 1 sub, much appreciated. Phil H with the £2. Check out Russell Brand's latest Trump video, so bad. Later. Cats on Meth, Mika, and Bubble Goom, thank you for the tier 1 subs all, really appreciate that. Charlotte96, thank you for the two $5 donos. Colin Costco, thank you for the $10. A couple weeks ago, I got stung by 5 to 6 wasps at once, and it was the worst feeling I've ever felt. Delivering for FedEx has never felt more dangerous. Jesus, I'm sorry. That sounds fucking terrible. Quick Sam and Epophis210, thank you for the 5 Australian both. Really appreciate that. Yeah, I saw. Theosis, thank you for the $5. Do you think books like Guns, Germs, and Steel, who propose environmental determinism as the main factor for human development, have any validity to them? To an extent. I've heard some of the premises in that book challenged, but I think the broad premise is defensible. The idea that some civilizations would be more likely to flourish based on, like, the availability of good soil for crop management or, like, animals to domesticate or stuff. Like, that seems like a pretty intuitive belief, right? Like the fact that the Americas didn't have horses would have made a big change, like a big change, you know? And, like, let's be fair, folks. There are parts of the world where you can just never really build a civilization, right? There are parts of Africa, most of the very cold parts of the world, like the very far north, anywhere, Russia, Canada, you know, any area like that. Rainforests, you're just not really gonna... Arizona, yeah. Mongols, the Mongol civilization was based in the steppe, not in the desert. Wasn't always like that in Africa. Well, they've always had deserts, but yes, desertification has gotten worse. America's had horses? Yes, I think the premises in Guns, Germs, and Steel have been discredited. However, the idea that, like, your starting resources as a civilization are going to make a huge difference in terms of your, like, broader ability to develop. Do wild cows still exist? There never were any wild cows. Cows are a purely domesticated species that we got from, like, bulls, right? Without humans, yeah, like bison or whatever. Wait, there are wild cows? Aurochs? Okay, but that's not really... Yeah, auroch. What a cool name. But that's not really like a cow, right? Like, we've made some changes. Here's one, according to Google. I mean, handsome lad. Don't get me wrong. Aurochs are extinct? Oh, well, never mind then. So I guess there really are no wild cows. And what is this? Oh, just like a cattle? Auroch. Huh. Oh, whatever. We probably made them smaller so they wouldn't kill us. Died out around the Roman times? Huh. Oh, yeah. Earth by climate. Hasn't a big part of human development also been affected by the availability of surface iron? I think I remember reading that somewhere once. Where, like, there are some areas that, due to the way the tectonic plates collided, like, sometimes the soil layer is way higher up, so you have to dig down to get iron, and that's like pretty bad. But sometimes it's also, like, right up there, and that's pretty good, you know? Something like that. I'm not really an expert on anything, but I'm definitely not an expert on that. Nazis like lots of weird stuff. Surface coal was a big part of Britain's success. That makes sense. Isn't it crazy to think that if human civilization ever gets, like, reset, like big nuclear war, people have to start over, like, we're kind of fucked when it comes to fuel sources? There's no oil or coal or iron left near the surface of the earth. Like, all the stuff that's easily accessible, we've already taken. We need to get it from deep beneath the earth now. Well, iron is more omnipresent, right? Iron sands exist? Yeah, but, like, for industrial scale stuff, I mean, you know, it'd be an issue, certainly. Yeah, it's a Minecraft map that's already been mined. Be easy to find in the ruins? Well, yeah, I suppose. Hold on. Yeah, there are some areas of the world that I really would not want to try and start a civilization on. Doesn't Earth have a giant iron core? Well, we have an essentially limitless amount of iron if you know how to get it, but a lot of it's, like, really hot and liquid and further down. Oh. We had civilization Ethiopia? Yeah. You know, honest to God, people are like, ooh, whites are better because we made guns or whatever. But when you actually think about it, considering the relative lack of communication between some parts of the Earth, it's actually kind of wild how on par humans were, right? Like, think about it. It's not as though civilizational development is some kind of, like, time-limited process. The idea of, like, humans being all over the world, and with the exception of, like, no, I don't want to say the exception, but, like, I mean, Tenochtitlan, how do you pronounce that? Tenochtitlan, the Aztec capital, is colossal. I mean, it was massive, bigger than London at its time. There have been indigenous communities all over the world, but in terms of the larger... Tenochtitlan? Tenochtitlan? Tenochtitlan. I think these people don't understand how cool prehistoric tech can be. Yeah. Chitlan. Tenochtitlan. Whatever. No, guys, I've seen the stuff on the classified documents related to nuclear weapons, but it doesn't matter to me until we find out whether or not they found them. All this is saying right here is that they sought classified documents related to nuclear weapons. That they're not disclosing whether they found him. Okay. Done the Mido, thank you for the $5. True. Mad Ramblings and Pocus Hocus, thank you for the $2 both. Skitari, Mad Ramblings. Thank you, Pocus. Sop Top with the 5 Australian. Do you think Trump could have sold secrets to the Saudis to fund his campaign? If he really did that, that would be pretty wacky. Gina Dam, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Conspiracy theorists believe if an agency lies once, they lie all the time. It's the worst bias they have because everything they process through that lens. Yeah, for sure. I didn't realize that video would be so bad. Fuck. Conciliator, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Beef Subrem, thank you for the tier 1 sub. The Garricast, the 2 Canadian thoughts on memorials to the victims of communism. Dumb. Because communism has never really existed. Cock I win, thank you for the 666. I work for management, and your actions against the OK Buddy Vosh union are inspiring. Have you considered making a second well-managed subreddit with approved memes? I'll get to it when I get to it. Besides, half the fun is you guys getting mad, huh? Former President Richard Tricky Dick Nixon with the $10. Vosh, you barbarous orc of knowledge, I love you. I'm going on 3 weeks of mandatory overtime, and the burnout is real. Pray for me as I wake my way through the train system. I'm really sorry to hear that. Stay strong, and I hope you're getting paid for that overtime. Christ. Beyond Safe Words, thank you for the $5. I'll give it a look when I can. Araxio with the tier 1 sub. Easy chart for foreign politics, the tanky left. After years of study, I synthesized all leftist theory to create this leftist foreign policy chart. Country did something. Who did it? United States, U.S. adversary, another country. Was it good or bad? Good or bad? What about past bad USA thing did? True. Bad. USA bad. If it was an adversary, was it good or bad? Good. USA bad. Bad. That didn't happen, or it's CIA propaganda, or the US forced them to. Or it's actually anti-imperialism. That's the part of the chart you can't see. Another country. Are they US ally? Are they NATO? Are they white? I like how these are all the same 3 box. Yes. Was it good or bad? Good. What about bad thing? Bad. They did it because the US wants or allows them to. Yeah. It's now, this is literally it. Literally actually it. It's bulletproof. Chainsaw Chimera, the $5. Thank you. Horses first evolved in America, 55. Mia. They went extinct around 10,000 years ago due to the Ice Age. The wild ones are feral immigrants. Okay, so yeah, they didn't have horses there, like, in terms of human civilizational development. Mia. Oh, Mia means million years ago. Gotcha. Mia. 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 Wait, so horses just evolved independently on both continental blocks? No? It's a land bridge deal? Okay, land bridge. Gotcha. Or water horses. Or worses. Very good. Horses can swim pretty well. Probably not across the Atlantic. Though I've been wrong before. Hold on. There's a lot to go through here. Hold on. Keep holding. Keep it going. You're doing great. Yeah, okay. All right. So I figure most of the people who watch me probably already know about this, but there's a person called a Keffals, not plural. There's only one of her, despite the S at the end, and you know, much like you know, Jonathan Joestar, she seems to keep getting into a lot of wacky adventures. Perhaps the wackiest of which took place recently. In her banger video, "My Life is in Danger, I Need Your Help." Don't worry, it's much less funny than the title implies.
On August 5th, I was woken up by London police services pointing an assault rifle in my face.
Banger intro. Fledgling content creators, take notes.
At my home. I was told later that at 6 a.m. that morning, an email impersonating me was sent to every city councillor in the City of London, Ontario, stating that I have an illegal firearm, that I killed my mother, and that I plan to go to City Hall and shoot every cisgender person I see. I was shown the email while I was being interrogated in police custody. While the emails were riddled with grammatical errors and read more like something a troll would say than something I would sincerely say, the police took it seriously. Not only that, the email said my name was Clara Sorrenti, but also stated what my dead name was. It was an obvious...
A very known thing that trans women do. You know, I know a lot of trans women, they love to do this, okay? When they're gonna do something wacky, you know, they tell you their dead name. It's a common practice. Can't say that I get it myself.
Obvious attempt to make the police humiliate me. During the arrest, the police officer referred to me by my dead name. I was booked in the station under my dead name. The police, when talking to my mother, referred to me as her son. This is despite the fact that I have run as both a member of parliament and a member of provincial parliament under my name, Clara Sorrenti. The fact that a fake email led to London Police Services booking me under my dead name reveals the prejudice that many police have towards transgender people.
You really think about that for a second, okay? So you've got Clara here. She's got a legal name. Clara. You know, in which she is registered not only as a citizen, but as a, previous attempted political officials. Been her name for years and years and years, And then some misspelled email gets thrown around, and she gets booked and filed under the dead name based on nothing other than the email, as opposed to all the legal information that they have on her. Anything you'd look up, like in a government database, will give you Clara. So went out of their way to use the dead name, which, kind of explains how these police were so eager to believe the whole trans woman's going to go and shoot up every cis person, whatever. They probably think that's a common threat.
This is despite the fact that the email contained my real name before ever even mentioning my dead name. This is one of the property bags returned to me after I was released from custody. All of the property bags returned to me have Roberts written on them. Roberts was my last name until I legally changed my name first to Kaylee Sorrenti on January 25th, 2012, and then later to Clara Sorrenti on March 7th, 2018. When I changed my name, I took my mother's maiden name. My last name has not been Roberts in over 10 years. The only reason that Roberts is on the property bags is because I was booked under my dead name. A search warrant was issued, which I have a copy of here. They were looking for a handgun, ammunition, cartridges, cleaning tools, a gun case, cell phones, and computers.
Oh yeah, sorry. Chat is reminding me to point out, just to be fair on the issue, that last year they did, in fact, the London Police Service in Ontario did in fact put out their National Transgender Day of Remembrance tweet, including here 2 police officers holding up a trans flag. So, don't worry, there are 2 sides to this story.
They seized both my personal and work phone, as well as the work computer that I broadcast on Twitch from. Not only that, but the police seized my fiance's cell phones and laptop, as well as their external drive, which contained the only copy of their PhD thesis and other important university documents. Because of the negligence of the police, we were both left functionally unemployed, and I have spent thousands of dollars replacing our computers and cell phones so our lives aren't completely destroyed by what happened to us. After the police interrogated me and realized this is a situation that has happened to me before, I was released with no charges. Without my device...
Bazinga. Normally I don't let the original video play this long, but she's delivering all of this in such a rote and matter-of-fact fashion that it's actually faster for her to do it than for me to explain. Also, I take forever to explain anything, so, you can finish the rest of the video on your own time if you want, because we're about to synthesize. So, we all know what led up to this point. Keffals, I'll just say, I'm more used to saying Keffals than Clara, Keffals, very raucous online figure, very zany, likes ratioing people, blah, blah. You may not have known this because I try not to talk about the drama stuff too much, not only because it's tedious, but also ongoing. But she's got a huge hate cult behind her. I mean, people despise her. It's mostly the Kiwi Farms community, which seems to sort of ideologically... It's as far as I can tell, it's like half Nazis and half Destiny fans. That's like just flatly, that just seems to be the case. I'm sure there's a lot, whatever. The only thing that I've seen from Destiny on all this was him, like shit-talking her for the money she's raised in a GoFundMe after this. Like, oh, that's what you get for being ducks these days, huh? And then you've got the Nazi types, whatever. So, I don't know. Yeah, I know I repeat myself, blah, blah. I'm sure there's a great deal of nuance and context to the specific, ways in which people affiliated have decided to celebrate the doxing of the trans chick. Whatever. Yeah, it's a whole thing. So there are so many, hey, Keffals, what's up? Hey, Vosh, if you want me on to talk around here, there's been some updates recently. Keffals, what the fuck would you know about this? Anyway, so the problem here is that if you're a trans woman and you accumulate, and okay, yeah, you can come on, just DM me on Discord. If you accumulate enough antagonism online, you have to understand being trans is like a multiplying factor. Like, if you're a white cis straight guy, you have the maximum amount of leeway to fuck around before finding out online, And if you're a trans woman, the fuck around, find out threshold is so thin that you don't even really have to fuck around. You know, you just sort of find out by being there. You can just kind of, you're just all the time finding out. It's a very unfortunate situation. You know, she could have been killed, but she wasn't. Now, before she DMs me, you know, don't know how fast she is on the draw, I wanted to talk a little bit about the fallout from this incident. So there's actually been a surprising amount of media coverage, which is good because the media coverage has been favorable. This is Amar Khan, global news journalist. London Police Service Chief Steve Williams just released a statement on the Keffals backup swatting incident. That's right. The actual London Police Department, and this is London, Canada, by the way, not London, England, just so you know, has actually been forced to make a statement following their behavior. Because, guys, this is a serious deal. It's fake London, all right? You got some fake cops at the head, pointing guns at people, taking a swatting attempt fully seriously, booking them, seizing their property, their computer, their means of livelihood, booking them under a dead name. It points to a bias here. You know, swatting is a serious deal. It's difficult enough to assign blame under regular circumstances when it's like, you know, how much can the police be expected to really know? How much due diligence should be expected? But then you add in the whole, like, seemingly malicious dead naming thing, and it really makes this seem like kind of targeted malice on the part of the police, the way they handled all of this. I guess we can bring Keffals on to talk about it on account of, you know, maybe her knowing more than me. Here, I've got other links I'll show after, or maybe during. Howdy. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. A Windows update shuffled all of my video and audio settings. Just give me a second. You can't hear me either. Hello?
Hello.
There it is. Yeah, sorry. A Windows update shuffled all my audio settings.
Oh, damn.
Pretty cringe. How you doing?
It's been a lot, but overall, I think I'm okay.
Oh, you've been able to mobilize quite a bit of attention. I swear, getting a public statement from a police department is a pretty big deal, you know?
Yeah. He put out another statement today too, actually. I was right here. I'll throw it in your chat.
Yeah, please. I see there's the London Free Press has put out an article. I see a CBC article as well, which incorrectly states that you are trans. But apart from that, seems to be fairly on the point.
Yeah, no, the media response was insane. Even Jagmeet Singh, the leader of the NDP, ended up making a statement about it.
I saw that.
It went all the way from local to national in Canada.
Here's the latest statement on London. Wow, this is a lefty meme right here from the London Service Police Chief Steve Williams. As a result of further investigation, we do not believe the threatening emails received by City Hall officials originated with Ms. Sorrenti. Oh, that's nice. So they're coming out with banger info, like the swatting attempt that we fell for days ago was swatting. That's definitely what people are looking for from them. This is a lot to read, and I'm also illiterate.
Oh, yeah.
Weren't a bunch of people? Oh, I saw this. I saw this on Twitter as well. It really speaks to the quality of your opposition. I saw people being like, I bet this is all fake. I bet actually they took the computers because she is a pedophile and it's all child porn.
God.
And then you posted the fucking warrant with the info listed and like nothing changed because they don't care and they're ontologically opposed to the concept of telling the truth.
They didn't even look into it. They just heard swatting and they thought someone like made a prank call in order to get the police to knock on my door or something. Someone impersonated who I was, included a photo of a firearm that I talked to a city councilor who was kind enough to share the contents of the email with me. The firearm was not anywhere on the internet. Whoever did this, that was their firearm, most likely.
Well, here in the States, we have firearms aplenty, so it's not too hard to get plenty of brand new pictures. I saw the Quartering put out a hit video in which he celebrated you getting swatted, which I think he's taken the position against before, but he also doesn't really believe in anything, so.
It's so funny when the Quartering and Destiny have worse positions on this than Keemstar, who came into my Twitch chat and like congratulated me for getting my stuff back.
I
He said
saw
swatting was
that.
awful.
I saw that. Yeah, here. Congratulations getting your stuff back. Hopefully they catch who's responsible for swatting you. I actually think this is really lovely. It's kind of like you know, it's like a very unreliable moral barometer that just, you know, just this once seems to have aligned with the cosmos. And it was for you. You
I was really
made him have a good take.
I think this is like the worst thing with transphobia, really, because of the fact that I was trans, I was able to get all of this media attention around swatting, which is an issue that affects literally all of the biggest content creators. And you think that they would be cheering me on for it, because if it could become a national conversation in both the US and Canada, maybe something would actually change.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's directly linked to the attitudes that police have on, at least here in the States, right? On like no-knock warrants or like the militarization of the police force. Because I know it wasn't that long ago that when there was a threat of something violent happening in a house, like SWAT teams are a fairly recent thing, you know, like they would send like a squad car out there to knock or to like peer from the other side of the street or to, you know, like something like that. Or they would send a call over because a lot of people had like listed landlines. You know, like, I'm from the police, is everything all right over there? Like that kind of thing. But now when people get like, it's you know, when people get swatted, I mean, it's like fucking 80 dudes in hand-me-down military tech, which is dangerous for everyone, not just streamers, you know?
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Well,
yeah, no, I still can't believe this entire thing happened, but I'm glad I got my stuff back. They didn't apologize for the pointing the assault rifle at me.
They never
or
will.
keeping me in custody for like 11 hours, but yeah, I'm glad that they at least said sorry for misgendering me and dead naming me.
Yeah, that's great and all. Yeah, how poorly written was the email? I mean, are we like, I guess
it
I
was
should say,
bad.
So give me, okay, pretend I'm a cop, right? And I'm looking at this email that was sent to all the city council members, and I believe it completely. I think this is a real threat. What is the highest my IQ can be? Give me a number.
Oh my god. I'm gonna say 90, maybe 95.
Okay, so you have to be like a bit dim for this one to land.
Yeah, there are so many things that didn't make any sense about it. That it kept
Providing
saying
your dead name?
Yeah, I mean, not only that, it said transgendered multiple times in it. When it said cisgender, it put a space in between cis and gender. And apparently my name was even misspelled in the email.
Well. Now to be fair, I've done that, so you know, I'm sorry for lowering the standards of police investigation through the knowledge that there are people like me who will have to warrant taking that seriously. Really though, like, in all seriousness, I'm happy that you're well, and also that you didn't get shot. I know that you Canadians, to you it's mythical, but bullets are actually quite dangerous when moving at high speeds.
Yeah, I've never seen such a thing. I've never shot a gun before. The only time I've ever held a gun, it was an American friend of mine. He came over with all his guns, and he's always so eager to show us all his guns because most of us have never like seen guns before.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it's a delight for us, yeah. Because I had an English friend, a girlfriend when I was younger, and of course to the English, the idea of owning a gun is like insane, like completely ridiculous, you know? So they're just they're delighted. Any opportunity to show them off. Well, are you still coming to TwitchCon, by the way?
I don't know.
Yeah, you've had a lot to deal with.
Yeah, I have to move. Though at the same time, like, I haven't left my apartment yet because I feel like all of this media attention is going to make sure that the police do not do this again because they are not used to this kind of attention. No one even knew London, Ontario existed before this incident.
You know, Seattle is one of the few cities in the world that has an anti-swatting registry.
I did know that, actually. One of my friends was telling me about this.
More cities should have it. I mean, it's kind of common sense, I think, really. Ultimately, it comes down to an issue of public trust, right? The kind of claims that you have to make to get a police department to SWAT you, I assume, like, you know, they've got a bomb, they're gonna kill someone, they've already killed, like, you know, some wacky shit like that. And if you have a registry beforehand, you have to wonder, from the police's side, are people who are going to commit crimes in the future really going to pre-sign up for the anti-swatting list just so that when they do a crime, they get an extra few minutes to explain themselves over a phone call before the SWAT team comes in, if it's found to be true? And the answer to that is no. That's insane. Obviously, This is overwhelmingly a useful... But yeah, it just depends on the department, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Sorry, I'm completely rambling. I want to talk about
it's okay.
the real issue at hand here, which is the fact that you are now the owner of a new Bugatti. Is that correct?
A what?
A Bugatti, 90,000 Canadian dollars. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think my GoFundMe did end up making like $85,000. I've been seeing people doing discourse about that forever, and I just like, do they understand how much lawyers cost? A 3-day civil trial in Canada is like $60,000.
I didn't know that. That seems like a lot of money.
Yeah. Because I've already hired a lawyer and I'm looking into taking legal action, but I was advised not to talk about it until I actually do take legal action. So I haven't made a statement.
Well, I've seen the people seething online about it, you know, that you're lying about the amount you're going to... First of all, I want to make my principles clear, okay? If you put forward a GoFundMe, and you say you're going to do something with the money, and you get way more money than you need, I don't give a fuck what you do. People chose to give you that money, as long as you do the things you've said you're going to do in the campaign. You know, people are like, well, does she need 90,000? Well, people donated it as long as she does the things stipulated in the GoFundMe thing. I mean, like, okay, right? Like, you can't force people into some additional charitable action because you over donated. You can see the amount already raised when you choose to donate.
No, it's funny too, because the people who are bringing up this concern don't give a shit about me either.
Well, of course not, right? It's always bad faith. I said this about the fucking Hassan's house. I've said this about everything, you know. Every time people are like, well, actually, I'm very concerned about the responsible use of the money given to that. Like, no. We're not talking about, like, embezzling funds here. People willfully gave this money. But I do hope you use it well.
Yeah, no, I am. I'm really thankful that there was this kind of response, because I would not have been able to afford to take any sort of action if I didn't do this.
Hold on, sorry. Just about how to find. Yeah, it's I'm trying to wonder what the best case scenario would be here. I mean, obviously, you would be going for some kind of civil, you know, like, please give me lots of money, and God bless you. Absolutely. How the fuck else will they learn, you know? And by the way, if you ever do succeed and get a settlement, which would be years from now, if that's the case, this always takes so long, they're going to give you shit for that too. Wow, you sued the police and got $2 million. Why haven't you distributed that to 8,000 needy trans people on Twitter? What
you were saying earlier was right though. There is a much higher bar for trans people than cis people. It's insane how high the bar is.
Well, that's always been my issue. It's any minority group or lefties where, you know, there are YouTubers, enormously powerful advocates for their cause. Do they make money? You know, does every dollar go to some kind of like charitable kitten orphanage? You know, probably not. They do an overall good job, but this effort dedicated to hyper-fixating on the fiduciary responsibility of people who are figureheads for minority or progressive causes, I have never seen this lead to anything good. And every time it manifests, it's weaponized in bad faith by people who just dislike the cause or the people doing it. I've never seen an exception to that.
Yeah, and it's not good, it's not fair, and it's really weird also to expect me to have all of this stuff planned out when as soon as I got out of police custody, the first thing I had to do is like, okay, I need to get a replacement computer. I need to replace all my phones, and I need to work on how I'm going to make a statement about this, how I'm going to move forward and try and pressure the police into giving me my shit back. Thankfully, it worked, but I didn't plan out the next month in advance of what was going to happen. I'm taking things day by day.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to explain to me or to my audience. Obviously,
Yeah.
we're fully supportive. It takes quite a long time to get these balls rolling. The fact that you were able to get them rolling so quickly, I mean, right after it happened, I have here an NBC article with your name in it.
Yeah.
You know, the statements from the police department, Jagmeet Singh speaking on it.
Mhm.
You already have, well, you shouldn't tell me anything legally, but you've already begun. It seems like, you know, you spoke to a lawyer or whatever. You're working quite fast. I don't think anybody could ask for more, frankly.
Yeah. I'm just excited to get back to streaming when things finally calm down. I think it's probably going to be after I move, though.
That's reasonable. Obviously, I, you know, hope every possible precaution is taken when you
Mhm.
move. And I wish you all the luck in the in the world with that. How are you feeling though? I mean, it wouldn't be unreasonable of you to feel quite shaken up.
Yeah.
All things considered.
I'm kind of up and down, honestly. Like, I'll just have moments where I just feel like really overwhelmed by everything that's going on. I had to deal with a very traumatic incident, followed up by this huge media campaign around me, and then all of the people trying to capitalize on this by making conspiracy theory videos or dunking on me, and it's so fucking much. I'm I'm just like, now that it's calming down a bit, I'm just trying to take it easy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, you're known by your enemies, right? The
Yeah.
conspiracism surrounding you has been fucking insane. Like
Oh, I
the
know.
quality and the quantity. Some truly, you know, cripplingly low IQ takes in high volume. Um, it's remarkable. I didn't really think this trend would last because you've been making people angry for a while now. Not even, I mean, for really doing anything wrong at all, even by their standards, just sort of existing and being loud. And it seems to keep escalating to extents that I really wouldn't have expected. I'm hoping it stops escalating at this point. Feels like a good place to stop. And I hope that you get some fucking rest for a little while.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of scared about that. Like, it started with just online harassment, it gets into doxing, now it's getting into swatting. How does it escalate from there? That is a very big concern in my head at this point.
I mean, it escalates with somebody killing you, right? Just hopefully that
Yeah.
doesn't happen. That's like that's the next point on the, yeah. So hopefully it doesn't. I mean, if it's any credit, it's like an extraordinarily unlikely outcome. In historically speaking, that just does not happen very much to content creators.
Gotta say, if someone murdered me, I think I'd be pretty bummed out about it.
Yeah, I think a lot of us would. I am sorry. So, because I don't want to belabor the point here, uh, anything in the near future that you're looking forward to?
I'm honestly just like, I'm looking forward to getting out of where I live. I'm just starting looking for houses. My landlord waived the 60-day notice, so as soon as I find a place, I can call a moving company and just get started.
Seems
I think I'm gonna
reasonable.
get a puppy. I want a little dog.
That also seems reasonable. Have you considered getting a cat?
I already have a cat. But she's really grumpy. My chatters keep trying to get me to get her on stream, but she always growls at me.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
My cats are preposterously friendly, so I'm sort of biased in that direction. I guess a dog is a more reliably friendly animal,
Yeah.
to count on. I'm sorry, I'm reading this NBC article because that's probably the highest profile media piece
Yeah,
that's been written.
they called me today for that interview.
Interview. Oh wait, I haven't scrolled down yet. Does this include? Oh, it does.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, this is actually pretty extensive. Okay, I didn't know if this would just be like an info report on like just pulled from the headlines basically. But this
Oh
is
God,
actually
yeah.
pretty
I've
good.
been responding to media requests all day. And like I remember the day after I put the YouTube video out, or I think it was the day of, I ended up like going for an on-camera interview, or I think 2 different on-camera interviews, and I talked to like 4 other journalists that day. It was just like insane. I had never talked to that many journalists. It was also really refreshing because I forgot that when you actually go outside and touch grass and talk to normal people, they don't have like insane online discourse brain about issues like this.
Mhm. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, it must be very validating because getting all this media attention. I mean, obviously, this is kind of like an affirmation of wrongdoing. None of this could be happening if your cause or your concern was illegitimate or minor. This is an NBC article doesn't just happen because of online drama. Like this is like a testament to the righteousness of your cause.
Yeah. I am really excited for when I get further into pursuing legal action and I can actually talk about what I'm doing. Because while I am considering a civil action, there is something that I'm doing that I don't expect to make any money from, but I think it's really important and that it's going to help a lot of people if I can get it through. But I can't talk about it until, as I said, it solidifies a bit more.
Of course, of course. Never put that in jeopardy.
Yeah.
This is really nice. Not the situation. The
Mhm.
representation though. Usually when there's some big discourse or like a set of articles or media attention or whatever on some misfortune befalling a trans person, it's usually well, it's of maybe marginal public interest. A lot of trans stuff is still only broadly spoken about in those terminally online circles you're referring to. Um, which doesn't mean that it's not important. It's more just like a lot of people kind of glaze over it. But from all the attention that I've seen being given here, this feels like I don't know, of common interest. Does that make sense? Like this is like it resonates. Like it feels like it reaches in language and in content people where they are.
Yeah, I think it's because it's not only talking about trans issues, but swatting is something that can happen to anyone. And what happened to me specifically, it's kind of terrifying to think that anyone can just take your name, slap it on a burner email, say that they're going to go to City Hall and kill a bunch of people and they have a gun. And that's all it takes for the police to raid your house.
Yeah, it could be done to anyone by anyone. You don't really need much info at all. I mean, you could literally, like, there could be like a classmate you don't like, and you could completely anonymously just make a new email account and do that with their name and address, and that's that. It's basically it is just it's a weapon. Not only is it a weapon, it's the worst weapon. It's a completely anonymous, functionally, incredibly dangerous, invisible weapon that you can deploy like with complete impunity against anyone.
Have you ever heard of Proton Mail?
Yeah, I've heard the term. I don't. Isn't that just an email server?
Yeah, it's an end-to-end encrypted email service that's based in Switzerland. And both the emails where they attempted to swat me in Toronto, where I do not live, and in London, where I do live, used that. And they don't cooperate with police, so they were not able to even get access to the email or who sent those emails. And it's kind of scary. Anyone could make an email with Proton and do that, and they can never figure out who you are.
Yeah, it's I mean, a lot of stuff online is really difficult to trace. The issue is just how fucking hair trigger the cops are. we live in an era of essentially the lowest rate of violent crime that we've experienced in a really long time, and that's in spite of the fact that the world is ending. You know, if you grade on a curve and diminish the violent crime rate, accounting for the fact that the world is ending, we actually have zero violent crimes in all of North America, which is something the police should probably take into account when deciding to SWAT houses off of an email and nothing else. Sorry, yeah, there's just so much gets wrapped into this, you know?
I know. There were so many layers to this.
Well, this is, if nothing else, this is a good bridge for you to discuss these issues. Because these issues have been on your mind for a long time, haven't they? It's just now that things have finally come to a head, you can get media people listening to you talk about them.
Yeah, I've been talking about getting harassed online for months, but it took it escalating to this point for me to actually be able to talk about it. And it's kind of crazy, I've had a lot of journalists and media people following me recently, and then they'll see the state of my Twitter replies and they'll just be like, what the fuck? Like, they are not used to seeing this level of deranged hatred.
Yeah. I mean, it's yeah, you certainly have attracted quite a crowd.
Yeah.
I can't believe the police would book you under your dead name. That's so
Yeah, they said in the newest statement that it was apparently because at some point before the age of 16, I made it into their record management system and they never updated it. That was their excuse.
Did you ever get arrested at 16?
Nope.
I don't believe them.
Yeah, I have no idea why that would have happened. I have no priors, even as a juvenile.
Yeah, I don't. Hold on. I can't think of a Yeah, no. I suspect that's complete bullshit. I mean, I guess we'll never know. Like, we will literally never know.
Well, I actually will know because one of the first things I'm going to be doing is a Freedom of Information Act request so I can gain access to the case file despite the fact that it's an ongoing investigation.
Well, that'd be pretty fucking based.
Yeah.
All right, I'm just trying to think. I'm sort of limited in my ability to be glib here. Obviously, I mostly just hope that you're able to get the move-in process done pretty quickly and that it's not too much of a hassle. Do you have don't tell me what, but do you have your eye on any like new properties in particular, or do you still have to go through the whole, like, you haven't even begun looking yet?
I was looking at a few places, but I don't have my eye on any specific place.
Gotcha. Well, good luck. Make sure to check inside the cupboards to see they didn't paint over any dead roaches. It's I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This is such a personal issue. I feel like, oh God, if this happened to somebody I didn't know, I feel like I'd have more jokes at the forefront. Is there anything that you want to tell my community? I mean, obviously, if they're so inclined, they should donate to the GoFundMe, whatever amount you think would be needed for your legal action, and then some. Because again, if people over donate, I don't care. I will never get mad about that. But yeah, what do you have? Stay in school? Don't do drugs? I don't think you would say that last one.
Yeah, no, I don't think I would either. What do I say to your community? Hello, Vash's community. How you doing today? I didn't come with anything prepared.
Me either. I didn't expect you to be in chat.
Yeah, I'm just happy to talk to you. This is the most I've laughed in a bit.
I'm happy to talk to you too.
Yeah.
It's been fairly preoccupied. Oh, and so I didn't get to say it earlier. I'm gonna fully ruin the fucking joke.
Okay.
But earlier I said fake. It says fake because you're trans, and I was gonna say you can't be trans because you don't play a bunch of video games. That was gonna be my zinger.
That's true. I don't play many video games, and I'm very bad at them.
I needed to establish that to follow to the next thing, which is you know, once you're done with all of the media interviews, you should find like a cool, relaxing game to play for a bit off stream to
I need to
calm.
find another. I finished Stray. I heard you wouldn't play it because you didn't want to see sad cat
Yeah,
be sad.
and make me cry. That's
Give
my
me
answer.
Give me some game recommendations that's not a Souls game.
You like
I'm
open
too
world
much of a
games, right?
baby for Souls games. I do like open world games.
Let's see. Chat saying Slime Rancher. Outer Wilds is a brilliant game. That is, I mean, that is an open world game. Oh, if you could play Outer Wilds, I feel like Outer Wilds is like the game equivalent of Ego Death. When you're on enough psilocybin, like it is such a good game. If you could ever sit down for that one, I would give that like a solid 11 out of 10.
Oh shit! I do have a copy of that. I wasn't able to play it because I didn't have a good enough computer when I bought it. But I should give it a shot.
Wait, you got your shit back from the police, but you bought a computer in the meantime. Does that mean you
Yeah.
have 2 computers now?
I have 2 computers now. I don't know exactly what to do with these 2 computers. I know some streamers have 2 computer setups, so that sounds like overkill.
It's because OBS or SLOBS or whatever else you use, it uses a disproportionate amount of CPU space. So what a lot of people will do is they'll have a second computer that just does the streaming, and the first computer will actually play the game, and they'll just run an HDMI cable to the second and output the screen and the audio. So that way that computer can just focus on the streaming. But that's only necessary if you're doing really high-end stuff, I think. I don't do that.
Yeah, but I'm honestly probably just going to keep my old computer at one of my relatives' house. So if something crazy ever happens like this again, I have a computer backup.
That's not a bad idea at all. I'm due for an upgrade myself. Wait, what's the graphics card on your old computer?
Ah, shit.
What
It
about
was
your
like
new
a, I think it was a GeForce RTX 3080. I think it's the same card in both.
Wait, that's better than mine. God damn it.
It's better than yours.
Yeah. Hey,
Yeah.
listen, they found out how to dox your. I'm coming for your family's house. I'm gonna get that goddamn graphics card. That shit's mine. They'll get the police report will be sent by you this time. You know, they'll just be like a hairy man tunneled through the second story window and dove for it and fucking ran out. At least graphic card prices have dropped. I can buy some of my own right now
Yeah,
without taking a
the
mortgage.
chip shortage was insane.
And it just ended. I don't even know why it ended. I never even looked up why it ended. It just stopped.
Yeah, no idea.
I don't know. Anyway, I don't want to take up too much of your time. Seriously, I'm glad that you're well, you know, ish, relative, you know, well grading on a curve. Outer Wilds is a great game. Also, Disco Elysium will make you more of a communist than you already are.
Ooh.
Which is cool. That's a good game. Also, very, very good. But either way, take care of yourself. My community, you know, stands with you on this.
Thanks, Bosh. I guess I'll go do some gaming. That sounds like a really nice break from all of this stuff.
Yeah, and you know, it's a good reprieve when you're dealing with a bunch of moving bullshit. Do you have people around who can help you move and everything? Like it can be like a relatively smooth process, or is this going to be a nightmare?
Oh no, I'm gonna hire a moving company. I'm just gonna have people do it for me. I don't want to deal with any stress.
That's fair. I see the deluxe $90,000 Canadian charging moving company. Very smart. Gonna bring all of your furniture over on a palanquin. You know, on a red carpet. They sort of lay out in front of the moving guys. All right. I'm being a goofball. Thank you for coming on.
No worries. Have a good stream.
Take care. Boy, there were a lot of jokes that I can't say. Keffals, take care. Horrible situation. Donate if you want to. What? Okay, yeah, whatever. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Every other word out of Keffals' mouth is a slur when she's not streaming, I assume. But no slurs you can't say? That's true. I have essentially unlimited leeway there. Vosh to edgy boy. It's not about being edgy. It's more like it's more you know how they say tragedy plus time equals comedy? There's another factor which is distance. Tragedy plus distance. That's why we can make jokes about HIMARS liquidating the Russian ammo depots over in the Donbass, you know? This is a situation in which there is no distance and no time. And also no contempt, because I like Keffals. God, she really makes people angry over nothing. Don't let anyone tell you it's not because she's trans, by the way. Because like I've been online long enough to see so many people stir so much more shit than Keffals and get a fraction of the hate for it. Like you can never convince me it's not a trans thing. Like 0%. I've seen so many people who look like me, who are just online shit show goofy boys who do not attract this seething hate community, for anywhere near as much, Yeah. You think she has worse haters than you? Oh, for sure. Oh, yeah, well, absolutely, absolutely. Like I said, it's a multiplying factor, Not always remember this, okay? You need to remember this, all right? So much of what a person can be is a product of forces that are invisible to everyone, oftentimes including the person they're affecting. When people talk about, why are there so many men in X field? Why so many women this? Or, why all this disparity and racial representation or this or that or whatever? So much of it, implicit bias, is so interwoven, is so omnipresent socially. You can never, ever, ever doubt its influence. It's everywhere, And it affects everyone too, not just the bad people or whatever. It affects good fucking progressive types as well too. It does. It absolutely does. It's these things are so seditious, so inbuilt. And a lot of people know that implicit bias is there and weaponize it, knowing people will be more charitable to actual hate. That's what the Nazis do, Nazis hate me, they hate Keffals, sure. But they know that there is less a base of charitability when it comes to Keffals. They go after weaker targets in a social sense, people who are less likely to have others come to their defense. But you know what? Some good news here. Not so weak a target. Huh. Not so weak a target. Not so weak a target. Yeah, what's up, Keffals? Keffals has a message to deliver. Message to my haters. How did I not see this one? I would have liked or retweeted it if I did. And this has 66,000. How did I not see this? Okay. Trans woman, Twitch streamer, Keffals. Trans woman, Twitch streamer, fucking cringe. Keffals, why is there only one of her? Doxed, not good. Arrested. Okay, we're dropping the bit. So right, she means she's taken of likely traumatized in her future, but isn't going to let her hate rule the day. I'm not backing down. I know that the work I do is incredibly valuable, and thousands of trans people told me I have people almost every day saying they came out to their families because of me, she said. If they want me to stop the next time, they better manipulate the police and deploy the trigger. Damn! Fucking hitting it from the back. And possibly all other directions at the same time. Sort of omnidirectional there. Hell yeah. Goes hard. Hold on. Alright, it's just so cool I have to wear my shades. There we go. It's very good. It's very good. I love having these shades with me now. It's very good. It really does mark a step forward, guys, you know. You know, back in the 1980s and 90s, you know, when they didn't even say trans people, they said like transvestite or transsexual or whatever. You know, what media representation do they get when they're attacked or victimized or hate crimed or whatever? You know, you have like a local news article written on like a streetwalker or a cross-dresser attack or some shit like that. And if you get that even, you know, a lot of the times that shit just disappears. Nowadays, you have national politicians and news outlets rushing to get a scoop on the story of a trans woman being treated poorly. That is a big step up, you know. And the massive, you know, wave of antipathy being, you know, drawn against trans people in America right now. You know, keep in mind, reactionary movements react to something, right? The reaction here is the increasing acceptance. They would not be trying to put her down if they did not fear her rise, etc., etc. Do you think Biden will talk about Keffals? I can state with near certainty that he will. You look like an 80s cop when you wear those. Yeah, do I look transphobic? I feel like the full beard signifies that I'm not transphobic. If I just had a mustache, though, I feel like, you know, the trans people in my audience would handcuff themselves. Oh, I was going to make a joke about arresting themselves, but now it's a horny thing because you look like you're trans mask. I consider that a tremendous compliment. Trans mask people are less cringe than trans femme or cis mask people. Bosh, you look like a chaser. Okay, all right. All right, okay. All right. Let's not get crazy here with our accusations. I'm still transphobic, of course. I wouldn't let you guys down. All right. Cut the segment. Editors, stop. It really couldn't have happened to a better trans either, huh? I mean, not to sound all cruel and utilitarian about it, but in addition to having a remarkable patience for, not patience, tolerance for, no, resilience. There we go. That's the right one. Resilience towards online harassment. Keffals makes a great spokeswoman, don't you think? Endurance. Yeah, you know, like, yeah. Very good, you know. Doesn't speak in that, like, you know, cringy Twitter, Tumblr, you know, hyper. She has moxie. Yeah, she's got moxie. You know, we like the cut of her jib. Yeah, you know, not hyper online, can speak, you know, to a variety of audiences, and no, just well positioned in that respect. You know, obviously, in an ideal world, you would be able to have trans deer it's 15 lip piercing blue hair whatever people talking to the media and being taken seriously, but of course we don't live in that world, you know. We live in a slightly different world. Guys, I've seen the news on the feds. I don't care until they can provide evidence that they found information on the nuclear documentation. Oh, and Claudia, by the way, don't know if I said, but nice to see you in chat. Is there something wrong with it's in your opinion? No? Love Keffals. I wish her chat didn't have so many thank yous in it. She probably wants to stay in. I've seen some. I think for the most part, Keffals wants to avoid infighting, considering she deals with fighting on a nanosecond to nanosecond basis. But, you know, having talked to Keffals a bit or what, I think her ideological, you know, her ideological compass is pointed, you know, true north. And, what are you doing here? Keffals, we can't talk about you while you're still here. That makes it feel weird. I've been in her chat a few times too. And yeah, git. And I've always thought it was fine. Are you streaming tomorrow? I think I am, Tempest. It depends on a few things. It's just been a little hiccup busyness wise, you know. But yeah. MGR win. We should do MGR soon. You should try speaking English the next time you're in chat. I wasn't drunk. Okay. That's enough. It's too warm in here. I'm hungry. My feet hurt. I'm hungry. True, Tempest. And I'm hungry. Oh, so no AC. I'll let you know when the new AC is here. Your feet hurt from sitting? I've actually been standing this entire time. I've been doing the Russian Slav squat. I only have this here so I can gently lean my back against it. Or the guy raided the FBI with the AR-15. I'll probably talk about that next stream. Sorry, guys. Oh, God, I was high energy the whole time. The actual reason I'm slowing down here, I actually haven't eaten today. It's nearly 10 p.m. I had my breakfast bagel, and that's the only food I've had. That's the actual reason for my slow. Yeah, so I am actually quite hungry. That's you. I know it is, and I'm gonna go eat food. I streamed for 4 hours. It was, yeah, 4 hours. It wasn't even a short stream. All right, go. Okay, go. Go and watch Kanye. Give me the VOD. Okay, I promise I'll give you the VOD immediately after I end stream. Wink. Oh, sorry. Did I just wink out loud? There's nothing I love more than finishing a stream and ending it and then going to lay on my bed. You know, seeing the text from Tempest, give me the VOD, and then not answering them and then doing it 2 hours later. You see, Tempest is not paid by the hour. So nothing that I do increases his pay. It's good to be king. True. All right, hold on. I'm hosting Kanye. How do you do? Kanu. Do. I don't like how Keffals talk with Hunter Evelyn went. I didn't see that talk. Tempest, no. Go forth.